Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the April 7th meeting of the Charter School Review Board. Thank you for all the board members that are here present today. Thank you for the work of the office staff who've helped put today's agenda together. And thank you, too, for those listening across the state remotely. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the NC flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of North Carolina and pledge to the old North State love, loyalty, and faith. Reading of the ethics statement and mission statement. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the review board. Does any member of the review board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or an apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in the discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. The Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. We have a one-day meeting this month. Thank you for the office for sending out the agenda in advance. It's been up on eBoard for a while. Can I get anyone to make a motion to approve today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the agenda as written.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any nays? Passes unanimously. We also were provided the minutes of the March 25th board meeting. Again, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from March 25th?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from the March 25th meeting.
Thank you. Second. Okay. Quicker on the draw over there. Yeah. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of approving the March 2025 meeting minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any nays? Very good. Passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move right on in. We have continuing low performing presentations to start this morning, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gill. Good morning.
Good morning. And again, my name is Dr. Brandy Gill, and I am here to provide updates for the school improvement workflow here in the Office of Charter Schools. Next slide, please. The overall aim of this team is to improve the outcomes of low-performing charter schools by monitoring school data and other key performance indicators. We offer additional supports through site visits, followed up with collaborative conversation with the school administration, and we provide site visit reports to the school as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. A quick reminder, some charter schools receive a designation of a low-performing or a continuing low-performing school. You can see the definitions there on the slides. But just in summary, a low-performing charter school has a D or an F and earns a growth rating of met expected growth or not met expected growth. Continuing low-performing charter school is a school that has a LP status for 2 out of the 3 consecutive years. Next slide. Thank you. So here you can see that we have in 2023, 2024, we had 69 LP and CLP schools. That is 33% of our total open charter schools. This visual is a map of all of our low-performing charter schools. The colors each indicate green are the low-performing charter schools. Red are our CLP and LP schools. Yellow are our CLP, but not LP in 2023. Very confusing, but and then we have our purple schools are the ones that we went to conduct site visits for in the fall. Today, we're going to have some school presentations for you. Thank you. Each school received some guidance on today's presentation. They will give us a total of 15 slides. 15 minutes with 6 slides. And they should cover academic and current progress. So overall today, we're going to have Triangle Math and Science. They will present on their Charlotte schools, which is a CLP school, and they will also provide updates on the relocation to a Valor Prep, to the Valor Prep building. Kit will present school improvement slides on their Charlotte school that is a CLP, Durham school that is a CLP and LP. And Kit will provide updates on the Halifax and Gaston consolidation process. And we will also hear from Classical Charter of Whiteville. They are a CLP LP school and will present on their school improvement efforts. So next up, we have Whiteville. And I'm going to ask the school administration and board to come up, or those that are present.
Good morning. I am Kimberly Patrick. I'm the headmaster of Classical Charter Schools of Whiteville. I have with me today Ms. Leslie Strickland. She is the assistant headmaster at our charter school. I have Ms. Brooke Gooden. She is our director of EC. And I have Ms. Jessie Smith. She is our head of quality control. It is an honor to introduce Classical Charter Schools of Whiteville, a school committed to academic excellence and character development. Our institution stands apart as a beacon of opportunity, fostering a rigorous classical education model that challenges and inspires students to reach their full potential. At Classical Charter Schools of Whiteville, we emphasize a knowledge-rich curriculum, structured learning environment, and a strong foundation in the core subjects, such as literature, mathematics, and science. Our teachers work to cultivate critical thinking skills and a love of learning, while also instilling timeless virtues such as respect, responsibility, and perseverance. As we continue to grow, we remain steadfast in our mission to equip students with the skills and knowledge they need for lifelong success. If you see our first slide, this is about our demographics of our population. Please notice that over 47% of our students are from Robeson County. When looking at student proficiency, it is more reasonable to compare our performance to the county that most represents our student population. Though our district is not performing at Whiteville City's standard, only 14% of our students are actually from Whiteville City. CCS Whiteville serves a more broader, more diverse student population, including students from multiple counties, many of whom have academic gaps well before entering our school. Our school often attracts students who were previously struggling in other districts. Next slide. While CCS Whiteville may not outperform Whiteville City Schools, it does outperform or is competitive with all of our neighboring districts, as shown here on this graph. The red colored line represents CCS Whiteville's EOG performances over the last 3 years. When looking at CCS Whiteville performance in comparison to Robeson County, seen in the line on the bottom in green, you will see that we clearly outperform Robeson County, where 47% of our student population resides. Whiteville City's line is noted in purple, and right with us in the middle is Columbus County. We see our scores rebounding in most subgroups, which is noted in this slide. Clearly, we do and are focused on our students with disability subgroup, working with our EC director. We will be working to find a balance with our students working towards their individual goals, as well as giving them exposure to grade level material so we can see that increase in their proficiency as well. We see large numbers of low performing students join our school each year. As we are putting an emphasis on getting our students with disabilities to move towards proficiency, we do meet growth for the last 2 years in a row with this subgroup. Next slide. This slide provides data when looking at the home LEAs of all of our students in the test-taking grade levels between 3rd through 8th grade. And though you see in mathematics, we are 4% less when you look at their weighted comparison by their home LEA, that is still within the 5%. And when you look at our EOG scores, we are 6% above all of their performing LEA. This data gives a more apples to apple comparison showing our students and the counties that they represent. Next slide. CCS Whiteville students are improving year after year. This indicates the school's approach is working. Even if our overall proficiency does remain lower than Whiteville City, CCS Whiteville, again, serves a broader, more diverse student population, including students from multiple counties, some of whom have serious academic gaps before entering our school. This is our school's history, meeting growth and exceeding growth since we began. This slide also contains our student-focused goals moving forward. Our reading goal, we are wanting to see an increase of 5% from 42.25 to 47. Our math goals, we are hoping to see, again, a 5% increase from 38 to 43 this year. And our students with disabilities, we hope to see 12% moving away from that current 9% proficiency. Next slide. A perfect example of students who start with us and continue with us is seen in our performance on the CLT-8. Our school, as well as our sister school in Leland, have tied for 1st and 3rd respectively among more than 250 schools nationwide who take the classical learning test, known as the CLT-8. It's for our 8th graders. Of the 20 high scoring schools, we are the only public school, the only charter school, and the only tuition-free school to take this test and place in the top 20. All of the other top-ranking schools are private schools charging somewhere between $6,200 and $36,000 a year in tuition. The 3-hour CLT-8 test is designed to measure 8th grade students' readiness for high school. Much of the content on the exam is drawn from classical literature, grammar, historical texts, which are all a central part of our curriculum. We follow a rigorous classical education model, which requires students to focus on a deep emphasis of understanding and mastery over the typical test-driven learning model. This means that while initial test scores may be lower for our students, students are building stronger academic foundations over time. CCS Whiteville does not teach to the test. Instead, we focus on critical thinking, literacy, character development, skills that will serve our students well beyond standardized exams. While Whiteville City Schools may currently have higher overall proficiency rates, Classical Charter Schools of Whiteville is focused on student growth, long-term academic success, and providing families with high-quality education choice. The school's continued improvement and commitment to excellence demonstrates that we are on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from board members?
I was just wondering, since you're located in Columbus County, why are you compared with Whiteville City, or are you just doing that for our benefit?
We are compared with Whiteville City because our school is located within that Whiteville City school district. I believe Whiteville City is one of the only remaining city school districts in our state. But even though we are rural, we're still within their zone. So we are compared with Whiteville City schools.
Wow, I did not realize Whiteville City went out that far.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I would think you're rural and that would be
Correct.
Columbus County. Okay, just a follow-up question here. I see the percentage of students coming from Robeson County. Beginning in third grade to fifth grade, what is the percentage of new students that are coming in, just say last year?
Last year, we had 122 students join our school in grades 1 through 8, and 18% for new students at our school.
Okay, are you doing any kind of I'm sure you are, assessment when they come in to see how far behind, or are they on grade level when they get to you?
Most are not on grade level, and whenever students come into the school, we do an initial placement test, and our students are placed in achievement-based groups. So they come in and do an initial test, we place them based on where they place initially, and then we have data meetings weekly. PLCs meet weekly to go over data, and as students improve, they can be moved up. Students who continue to struggle, even when given our curriculum, they are, of course, we have the MTSS process that we put in place, and we also employ interventionists who can do small groups, and usually those small groups consist of students who are new to our school.
Okay, thank you. I know something I learned as a young teacher, which I appreciate what you're doing, is that if you do not teach a child on their instructional level, you will teach them on their frustrational level.
You are correct.
So I'm thankful that you do that kind of data analysis.
You're K-8, correct?
Correct.
Have you done any work to kind of follow up with the students who left your school and went up to other local high schools to see how they're performing and what successes?
We do keep up with our alumni, and we're very proud of them. I would say I always personally love to see the local high school salutatorians, valedictorians. Some of their Shining Star students started with us, and were usually with us K through 8. So we have seen, and I get feedback all the time, because at our middle school, we host a high school night where local high schools will come in to meet with the 8th graders before they make that transition. And they routinely tell us that our students not only come in academically above, but also with manners and character displayed that represents us well.
How about teacher turnover, school culture? How's that been?
Like with most schools, teacher shortage is a real problem for all of us. Our teacher turnover has also been a part of our school improvement plan to reduce that. We've taken lots of steps to encourage teachers to stay with us, as well as to encourage our instructional assistants to continue their education so they can move into teaching roles. Our sister schools, as well as us, have implemented help financially. Track to Teacher, thank you. We've done a Track to Teacher program, which offers support financially for our staff to continue their education so they can stay with us and increase their lives as well as moving into teaching roles.
Do you offer buses?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, buses for
We
all.
have 11 buses now.
And what's your enrollment?
Our enrollment currently is right under 800. Typically, we stay between 850, 860 to 800. Looking for next year, it's at 900 right now.
How is student attendance?
That's a struggle. We're actively seeking new ways to encourage students to have better attendance, but I will say that continues to be a struggle for us, especially when we have so many students from Robeson County, which is an hour from our school. So if they don't make the bus, a lot of the parents will not take the initiative to drive them. So that also causes an additional problem.
Well, especially with that distance being noted, how do you attribute that huge increase in students from Robeson County? I mean, that's a huge swing.
It is a huge swing. I think it has to do with the schools in Robeson County. I think there are some parents, I feel like the word just got out about our school. There were a lot of parents who started coming from Robeson County who love the school, and word spread quickly. And I think if I sent 20 buses to Robeson County, they would probably be full of students to come to our school.
Have you ever thought about putting an extension campus in Robinson County?
Yes, ma'am, we've discussed that idea years prior.
Okay. Just something, and you may be fully aware of this. Several years back, I did a lot of research on early college and also county cities where they had that. How many of your students go to the early college in Columbus County?
I would say a large percentage go to early college. We just had Southeastern Community College, early college, come and present to our 7th and 8th graders or just 8th graders. So they come out and partner with us pretty frequently.
One of the reasons you may have a lot of the Whiteville City leaving, just for FYI, Whiteville City does not have a early college. They have a memorandum. They do not have a memorandum of understanding. No early college. Columbus County does have an early college. The interesting thing about Whiteville City is if you live in Whiteville City and you would like to go to the early college, that school board in the past, unless it has changed, will not allow that child to go to the early college. They refuse to release the child to the county.
That has not changed. That remains.
That is a huge issue, and I would encourage you guys to let your legislators know that. I personally feel a family would have a lawsuit because that family in Whiteville City, simply because Whiteville City wants the money for that child, they will not release them. That child is not eligible for the 5th year of the community college, which is absolutely money and college credits to those children in Whiteville City that are held back because of money. And people need to realize that.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you for taking time to come in this morning and
Thank you for having us.
appreciate it.
Again, next up, we have Triangle Math and Science Academy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. My name is Ben Karaduman, the superintendent of TMSA Public Charter Schools. I have one of my board members, Mr. Tunsar, with me today, and also our TMSA Charlotte Elementary School principal. Thank you for joining us today. I am really excited to walk you through the recent progress that we made at TMSA Charlotte. We will be presenting today some testing data, subgroup data, and discuss our ongoing challenges and highlighting the meaningful steps that we've been taking towards the continuous improvements. I will say the center of our focus is the meeting of the students' needs. What we've been doing in TMSA Charlotte and all our other schools, what we do at the beginning of the school year, we do map testing when the student arrive, and then we combine with the EWAS evaluations and everything. And then we take every student individually, to personalize their, the goals and objectives, and create for them a path to improve, to fix their deficiencies, which we have after school tutoring programs, intervention classes, and plot supports. And we added in the couple years, our Saturday Academy. We are inviting the students who are behind, and then bringing them to the school during the Saturday, like 4 hours, and our teachers are coming in and helping them. The challenge with that, of course, we invite like 150, 200 students, but we ended up getting, more than, half, 50% of the students, because it's a challenge to bring them. One of the things that we've discussed at the beginning of this year, it is, as a school, we're doing a lot of things, but it's not just us. So we said we have to work with the parents. We got to make sure they should come on Saturdays, or they should attend the other tutoring classes, so we can help them to improve. And as we said, meeting the students' need, our focus is not just the students who are behind, and we are helping for the students who are also the excelling. So we created our Starlink Academy, which is also in on Saturdays, and we have more than 45 students that are attending those classes as well. And extracurriculars, the academic competitions, and our Leader in Me program, leadership skills, and we are trying to help our students not just academically, but to empower them to take the ownership of their learning and then improve them. Next slide, please. In 2022, when we were getting our accreditation through Cognia, we did a strategic positioning platform study on our schools. When we pay attention to Charlotte campus diligently, because we observe a lot of the academic loss after the pandemic. And Charlotte was the most effective, the student body from the pandemic, and then virtual classes and all other things. And during that time, just a little bit history, TMSA Charlotte, formerly known as Coincidence STEM Schools, it was managed by another board. And in 2022, we merged the two boards, and then they changed the name of the school from Coincidence STEM School to the Math and Science Academy of Charlotte, as a short form, the TMSA Charlotte. In that way, the TMSA Charlotte came under the all TMSA Public Charter Schools umbrella, and we revamped our mission and vision, core values, and we did study and external marketing study as well. What was the outside effects, that we should be paying attention. And when we look at it, why people come to our school, why they choose us, one is the excellence in STEAM curriculum, academics. The other one is the whole child approach. It's not just the academics, but it's the character education, social emotional learning, leadership skills, and also inclusive community. It's everybody is welcome. We do have a parent visit program, home visit program. Last year or 2 years ago, I was doing a parent visiting a parent in Charlotte, and a second grade student was coming to us from a magnet school. And then I asked the parent, hey, we are at D school right now. I mean, we are struggling and we are improving. And then your child is attending a magnet school. Why? Why you're coming to TMSA? And then he basically said that you guys have other schools in the other counties, and then you're doing good. You may have some issues over here, but I believe that, you are working on them. Academics can come, you can fix it. But my kid is not really welcome in the magnet school right now, and then he's not really feeling well. But we have, 5, 6 other neighbors and friends. They are attending the TMSA, and then they speak really, the highly about you. That's why we're coming. This is just one example that overall what we are trying to do in TMSA Charlotte. And when it comes to the core values, we used to call our schools STEM schools, science, technology, engineering, and math. As a result of the strategic positioning platform, our focus groups, including parents, students, board members, and we added the A into it, the arts, liberal arts, visual arts. And then they said, we are not really ignoring those subjects. We are focusing on them as well. So we have a lot of the programs towards arts as well. So we are now a STEAM school. So out of the strategic positioning platform, we had 4 key priorities. One is academic excellence. The other one is inclusive community. And then third one was effective the STEAM partnership. One of the things that we've been doing a lot of things in our schools, but we were not really conveying the message what we're doing in our school, not just for our school, for charter as well. We did a study in Charlotte, marketing study, when unfortunately there were a lot of misinformation about charter schools, not only TMSA Charlotte, but also for charter school, like you guys accept students with testing, you pay tuitions, you know, you're not accountable as like the other traditional public schools and etc. And then we put those in our radar in terms of our, you know, the strategic goals. And the last but not least was the effective and efficient governance, operations, and management. And the TMSA Charlotte struggled at the beginning a little bit financially before the renewal, but now it's with the TMSA Public Charter Schools umbrella. The financial aid school has more than 80 days cash on hand. They're meeting all the covenants in terms of bond requirements, and also the working diligently with the TMSA central office. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot from our State of the Status report, which we created our goals back in 2022, and each school and each department working the PLCs and then MTSS meetings and all those. We put our target like for the upcoming 5 to 10 years where we want to be in terms of the growth and the academic performance. As you can see, the gap after the pandemic, and we don't have 2 years data over there. Then we started the back up again to the same point, and then you can see the continuous improvements, all the efforts in terms of growth and the academic performance as well. The school went from 40 to 49, then 49 to 57 in 2 years. And our goal is to become an A school like our other sister schools, and through working objectives underlined under our strategic goals. Now I have my principal with me, the elementary school principal, and I'm just going to turn it over to her to go through the test results and the subgroup data for the last 3 years. Said?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be addressing our school progress in the last couple of years. I'm going to walk you through the data, the slides that you can show the test data up there. And we're really proud of the progress that we have made so far. And we still have a long way to go, but we're definitely moving in the right direction. I'm going to start first with math. And as you can see, realizing from our students, they come to us with a huge deficit, and foundational skills was the main thing that we identified as a problem. So we tailored the strategies to address that, but also we're trying to build a plan to catch that earlier on in K2 before they get to the testing grade. So we're looking at the proficiency scores from the end of year testing. When we look at science, there is a huge improvement in science as well. And you can see middle school and biology, they did a great job, but also making the integration of STEAM, hands-on activities, and making the instructions relevant and meaningful for our students. That was our goal, and that's what we focused on. And when we talk about reading, there is a lot to say about reading, but we're excited about the fact that we see the trajectory that we're seeing. One of the areas that we realize we have a deficit in foundational skills. And as Mr. Ben said, at the beginning of the year, we do a lot of assessments and we focus on the data. And when we looked at that, our MAP scores are showing that our language scores were high, but our ELA scores were lower. And the outcome of that analysis was that there is an issue with comprehension, but also we have a large AL population. So vocabulary was another thing that we needed to focus on. So we generated our strategies based on that, and that was our focus. And that's why you see the scores that you're looking at. We definitely have some more areas to work on, but part of the strategies that we use, we updated our curriculum to find the curriculum that meets our students' needs for the foundational skills, as well as adding intervention blocks to our daily schedule. So our students meet with in their small groups so that we can meet their needs. When we look at some of the things that we attempted and we tried, is also professional development for our teachers. Some of our teachers were not as skilled as I can say in working with EL learners. So that was something that we needed to work on. Next slide, please. On this slide, we're looking at our subgroups. And as you can see, there is a huge increase in the different categories. If you look at our Black students, we have 12% growth, and Hispanic, it's another high double-digit increase as well. Our EDS population also showed huge progress. And the main thing that I wanted to say about this, the fact that first to start with knowing your students and knowing the families as well, because we adopted a family centered approach, because we felt like we just not work with the student, but we work with the family, because if it doesn't work for the family, it's not going to work for our students. And that was our drive in like assigning homework or assignments at home or bringing them on Saturday. And as Mr. Ben said, some of the parents couldn't do it. So another strategy that we adopted is to provide tutoring after school. So we don't have to have those parents come back and do another round and gas prices and commitments on Saturday. So, but the main thing that we focused on is getting to know our students and our families, and then adjust our strategies based on that. The main strategies that we tried, as I said, tutoring and Saturday Academy, but also leadership. We put our students in charge of their learning. Every student, they have their own portfolio, they have their goals. They establish those goals at the beginning of the year, and they track their own data. And then when it's time for parent-teacher conference, it's a student-led conference. Parents will come in, the student will come in, and they will walk them through their data. We thought that ownership of their learning could be the main thing that they have to own it. And we talk a lot about leadership, and we facilitate that throughout the day. Our focus in our school is growth. We don't talk a whole lot about achievement. That will come later in the school year, but we talk about growth. So every student, they know I need 7 points. My goal is 6 points. So that way, every time they see 1 or 2 points, we have something to celebrate. And we do a lot of celebrations. And I think that's the main thing that drive our students. We do weekly celebrations, monthly celebrations, all kinds of silly things to celebrate, but our students really love that. And I think that's all I have about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Said. Yeah, if you come and visit our schools, you're gonna visit the classrooms, and then if you get in a first grade or second grade classroom, a little guy is gonna show you his leadership portfolio, which he put his widely important goals for the year, what was his deficiencies, and what are the things that he's working on it. It's really amazing to just to see what kind of improve, and then they are taking the ownership, and then they know where to go. Our challenges, why those things happens, and then what are the remedies for those. And one of the things that we observe is the not only the student retention, it's the staff retention as well. The staff retention, meaning the leadership retention. We've changed like the 5-6 principals in the last 5 years. That was a huge impact on our schools. It was very, very difficult. We were trying to support them from the central office, but it wasn't really easy. I think that the staff mobility is one of the problems that we were facing today. And of course, if the students are not seeing or the parents, the teachers are not staying, they're not staying as well. So when we look at it, the staff over the last 3 years, 64%, 55%, and last year finally we got like 78% retention. So we kept our the staff. Miss Saeed is one of our own. She started like 16 years ago as a kindergarten teacher. She worked as a teacher, as the testing coordinator, as an academic assistant principal, and then she's been the principal in Charlotte. This is her 3rd year right now, 2.5 years, and now we're really counting on her to have the direction and then the focus on the TMSA values. The second the issue was the student retention. As we mentioned during our expansion proposal, the TMSA Charlotte was located in the middle of 8, 9 other charter schools within 5 miles radius. So we had every year like over 1,100 to 1,200 student enrollment. But when we come on August to the school, we just ended up like 700, 750 students because the people were applying in all those schools in the saturated area. That was one of the problems for the student retention, as well as the staff and other issues. So we had over the last 3 years 61%, 50%, and 63% student retention as of last year. Basically, our staff was working more than 50% of the new students every year. We are evaluating them. We were starting over with them. It wasn't really, continuation of the previous efforts that they were doing. So if we can, maintain the student body, so it's going to yield in the upcoming years that we are working on those. And then the third one was the limited secondary campus capacity and the features. So we were losing a lot of students in the secondary campus, and our high school was just 80 students. Very, very few. We had like 9 students graduated last year, and then the year before it was 10 students. So all those things that we put in together, and then it was in this strategically put in our goals. What we've done this year and in the past, this year we put like $5,000 sign-on bonus for our teachers who are coming on board new, and also we offered our triangle and triad campuses from the Wake County and the Guilford County, if they want to transfer to TMSA Charlotte, because we are hiring 80 new people over there. We are giving them like the $5,000 sign-on bonus as well. To make it more clear for our new staff, so we are paying those $5,000 2 years, divided in 2 years, $2,500 this year and $2,500 next year. So just to keep the retention level a little bit more, and the support from the central office and additional professional development, the opportunities for the staff, the keeping the morale up, and then feel them, supported. And for the student retention, targeted surveys, student interventions, not only for the low-level students, for the high achievers too. It's ongoing, and it's pretty well advertised, and everybody is aware of it, and then we see the outcomes them. And to take care of the limited secondary campus, the issue, we are expanding with 2 new campuses, which the board already approved back in the days. Now, where we are currently, last Wednesday, we closed our bonds, and then we officially own our buildings. The acquisitions are completed. And I want to mention one more thing. Our secondary campus, right now we are vacating. That campus has been, the lease to a new charter school, Honor Prep Charter Schools. We gave them like 10-year lease, and then it's really helping their budget and stuff. So that's another contribution to the charter school movement that the TMSA board approved. We already hired 2 new principals for our new campuses. One is from our own assistant principal from Greensboro campus, and one from another charter school group joining us. We already hired over 50% of the 80 new staff members. And our team's still working on the hire the rest of them. We already have 1,200 new applications for our new campuses, and the enrollments are on the way. And since we own the buildings right now, renovations and improvements are in progress, and we will be ready for our students with state-of-the-art new campuses equipped with everything, every technology that we have in August. Thank you so much.
Thank you for very informative. Open up for questions that board members may have. Just a point of clarification, when you talk about the 5 principals and high staff mobility, are you referring to specifically Charlotte or sort of across the network? Okay. Okay.
You said that the staff retention was 78%, correct?
Yes.
So, and the student percentage is about 50%. And I understand that there's other, 63. That there's a lot of schools to choose from in that area, but with all that's going on at TMSA, I'm surprised to see that students are leaving. What do you attribute that to?
It's I say leadership. It's we are providing the same thing over there, same programs, same resources. Dollar scales are the same. Every support that they're getting. It's the leadership that we struggle. Once we have the leadership in place, I believe that all the rest is going to come, which we are in the right direction, I believe.
You mentioned this, just a point of clarification. You're helping Honor Prep in Charlotte by leasing them some space. Did I get that correct?
Yes, happy means that they're going to be paid, their duties, but yes. Yeah, so.
And Honor Prep will be opening this fall?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any idea how many kids you're getting from Valor?
Right now, we are getting just 90 students from Valor.
Okay.
And we have done 3 in-person open house. We invited Valor Prep families, and then we did 1 online, the virtual presentations for them. I think that they were given the opportunity to go to other groups of, the Charter School USA and Charter One, they were working together. And I think they haven't, most of them, they did not make their minds up yet. But that 1,200 applications, just, the 100 of them are from Valor right now.
Just a comment, right? So I love what you guys do. I mean, I'm still trying to wrap my head around all the stuff that goes on. But when I think about how you guys have created this network and now you're being able to move staff around and hire from within, and everybody kind of understands the process and what you guys are trying to accomplish, and signing bonuses and things of that nature. You keep pushing things for other folks to be looking at and to see what's working and how the success is kind of starting to pan itself out. I hope that you're getting phone calls all the time from leaders that are in schools that are trying to figure this out so that they can take a look at how you guys are doing this and replicate or steal from or take or do whatever they need to do to start doing the same thing in other schools that seem to be continually to struggle.
Yeah, we are open to share anything, Dr. Alves. The next Wednesday, the 16th, we have the grand opening for our high school in Apex. All the board members are invited. You're more than welcome to join us. And Superintendent Green is going to be there as well.
Is that the Taj Mahal campus we always talk
Yes,
about?
sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. It is, but I do appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none. Thank you for this information this morning.
Thank you.
Really appreciate
Thank you.
it.
This morning is Kip.
And if I can just add, they were given extra time because they're presenting on 3 schools. So they do have extra time allotted for them.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Monica Villaforte, head of schools. Okay, perfect. We are here today to talk about 5 of our schools. It's been a really important year for both of our schools in Charlotte, our 2 schools in Durham, and Camp Halifax. This year, our schools are in various stages of development in terms of their progress in student achievement. While we've made important gains and we want to share those with you today, there are also persistent challenges that we will address. First and foremost, each day we show up to do the work because we believe in our mission. Together, we create a joyful, academically excellent school that prepares students with the skills and confidence to pursue the paths they choose, college, career, and beyond, so that they can lead fulfilling lives and build a more just world. Our schools serve our communities in the eastern part of Charlotte, the eastern part of Durham, and the eastern part of North Carolina. Good morning.
Morning.
All 3 of our charters have had a very similar approach as driven by our regional statewide team. Since our regional merger, since 2001-2022, you can see here quite an outline of new curricular initiatives, support for MTSS, which this year we've added additional staffing to centrally support. And then this year we've also adopted iReady as an ongoing tool throughout the year and implemented NC check-ins in large part because of some of your advice. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Malcolm Brooks, the founding school leader at Kip Change Academy in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just want to provide some updates from the Charlotte region. Charlotte, this year we serve close to 800 students within the East Charlotte community. We have 2 campuses, a K4 and a 5-8. Currently, over 90% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch or considered economically disadvantaged. We have 82% of our students who identify as Black or African American, 13% Latinx. And this year we're serving students, 8% of our students are considered multilingual learners, as well as 14% of our students have IEPs, which is more than double than the previous year as well. I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Shepard, a little bit more about Charlotte.
Hi, next slide. I am Dr. Shepard. I am the middle school principal currently for KIPP Academy Charlotte. Do I do my own? Okay, there we go. All right. So KIPP Charlotte earned a higher letter grade in the 23-24 school year. We earned a D, returning us to the grade that was there prior to COVID. Our performance score behind that D is the highest performance score we've achieved since the 2016-2017 school year. We also exceeded growth for the first time since the 2016-2017 school year, which allowed us to exit out of the low performance status. We continue to steadily close the gap with our grade level proficiency gap from 3 to 8 composite scores, with that compared to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, with our Black students and our economically disadvantaged students. And as you can see from the graph, we have steadily closed the gap year over year in the last 3 years.
And this next slide pretty much encapsulates what Dr. Shepard just stated, but more from a grade level perspective. Our increases have been steady across every grade level in every subject in our 2 campuses. I would add that some of this growth is led to for a lot of different factors, but we believe it will be steady growth over the years because we truly invested in our enabling systems, which include really doubling down on our lesson internalization for our staff, having our staff actually practice lessons prior to them actually teaching. We have rigorous curriculum, and so it's just ensuring that our teachers are actually prepared to teach at a rigorous level. We've also incorporated more enabling systems that are strong in regards to observation and feedback, constantly in our teachers' classrooms providing feedback. And I'll say lastly, really our utilization of data. We've invested in a lot of different systems, one being Tableau, that has given us the opportunity to really look at a balcony view level, our academic growth, so that we can continue to respond to the data in real time. Now we're opening up for questions for Kipshaw.
You mentioned that your teachers practice lessons in front of whom?
Great question. In front of adults, typically.
Which adults?
Yes, so teachers, yes. So we're practicing.
Teachers in front of teachers.
Teachers in front of teachers.
And
coaches. Yes.
Every lesson.
Not every lesson. Right now, we're prioritizing lessons. So typically for most teachers, it'll be at least 1 to 2 lessons a week. And really, we're looking at for those transferable takeaways that will live beyond that specific lesson. And so that's what we're giving our teachers feedback on.
In which courses?
In all of our courses.
Thanks.
Some of the other schools have been talking about retention rates, and I think that's really important because if you get a child in 5th grade and they're 3 years behind and you bring them up 2 years, you're amazing, but you're not proficient. What is your retention rate between 3rd and 8th grade?
I apologize. It's a great question, and we will look into it to make sure that we are have that number top of mind for our own growth and development on making sure that that number is consistent. I can speak to the change. We have seen an attrition between the transition from elementary school to middle school, and so that is something that we have been addressing. We are going to keep 5th grade with our elementary school moving into next year. We understand that this has been a hard decision for families to make in moving children over a year earlier. And we also understand that the campuses feel different, a little bit more grown up for some of our parents. And so we are addressing that through facilities. But back to your question around academics, we're making sure that we're using DIBELS data, both in our elementary school and in our middle school, because we do understand that we have those gaps in terms of proficiency with our students. And that is learning that has been taking place with all of our teachers, our coaches, and our leaders as well, because we were not used to using that information, that work, doing it with middle school students and not just elementary.
Right. Are you finding middle school students that can't read?
Yes.
That's what I thought. When you come for renewals, please give me that data. I think it's very important for us to see your progress with the students to stay with you, because you're building a scaffolding. Whereas if you have vacancies and kids are coming in 7th grade to fill that void, your grades are going to go lower. And I don't want your renewal to just rest on that when you have very short amount of time to pull them to proficiency. That makes sense.
I have a question about your exceptional children enrollment. You said it's almost doubled from the last school year. 1, do you know why? And 2, what are you doing to meet that need? That's a big jump. How are you responding?
Yes, it is definitely a big jump. We honestly, I can't sit here and say, yeah, we know why. We were able to research and boom, this is why. But regardless, we accept all scholars. And so we have adjusted in the sense of 1, adding more staff to our exceptional children's department, more certified staff. We have ensured that sitting on at least both of our leadership teams, we have someone who's an EC coordinator who that is their background. And so they're able to help us when we come to the table with, okay, this is our schedule, or this is what we're looking at academically. How are we going to make sure that we're also meeting the needs of those scholars? And so we have that expert voice at the table. But yeah, we've been, I say that because it was a huge jump for us, and numbers that we have not seen before. But we have done a really, really good job of moving the needle with our exceptional children scholars. And I know it comes from the teachers that we place in front of them. I know it comes from the curriculum that we are using. along with our intervention blocks. Both schools, all schools have very strong intervention blocks. We use the iReady data, we use the DIMPLES data, and then we make sure that we tailor it for our scholars who have a little more of a need.
I may speak to the elementary school. At the beginning of this year, we did learn that many of our families have learned about KIP, the love and care that we have for our students, the attention. And we can name at least 3 students in which the families came specifically looking for the additional support for their EC scholars, especially in kindergarten. We had a big influx this year.
I have a question. First of all, congratulations on exceeding growth, as well as your KIP mission statement. It's very succinct and purposeful. It states what your purpose is. I really like the mission statement and the wording. But I was wondering if you have any data about your student attendance and your staff attendance. How is that shaping up?
Yes. So I will say, prior to this year, strong student and staff attendance. This year, though, we have begun to see a decline with student attendance. And a lot of it is around economically what's happening. A lot of our families who, they're all throughout Charlotte. And so a lot of our families beginning to lose jobs and therefore they're having to move around. So it's becoming like a really big affluent population. We have an amazing social work department where they provide transportation for our families that have a huge need, and there is a huge need. And so this year, we are beginning to see a decline that we haven't seen before when it comes to student attendance and for staff attendance as well. I'm going to be honest, I had to have this conversation with our talent department because I knew from the time I was 8, I was going to be in education, never a question. However, we're starting to have more teachers coming in it's their second career, or it's not necessarily their first choice like it was back in the day or back when I was coming up. And so we're starting to see just a little bit. It wasn't that way last year, but definitely this year also starting to see a little bit also with some staff attendance.
I think one piece that kind of bridges the gap with both staff and student attendance that Dr. Shepherd just stated was also, if we look at the cost of living in Charlotte, that impacts not only our families, but our staff as well. And so we do have quite a few staff members who not only work extremely hard during the day, but they also Uber at night, or they also have second jobs. And so that also impacts staff attendance as well as just overall wellness and well-being. And I'll also say, just in regards to our families as well, Charlotte is a very transient city, and a lot of folks come to seek the opportunities that are there, but also find it like it's difficult to sustain unless you have a viable income. And so we're seeing many of our families live in hotels, and at times it's like week to week. And so one week the hotel may have a certain rate, next week it may double, and like leaving those families to find a new hotel. And so they'll contact us to find a new bus, and that takes a couple of days. And so that also has impacted our attendance as well.
Do you currently have any classrooms that are being taught by substitutes?
Yes, we do. At our school, we do have one class that's taught by rotating subs as well as leadership, including myself. That it's all hands on deck. Yes.
Are there other questions? I think we can move on. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi, good morning. My name is Kendall Breer. I'm the founding principal of KIP Durham College Prep Elementary School. So I'm excited to be able to share about our combined campus, both the elementary and middle school. This year, we, across 2 schools, serve around 370 students. 215 of those are my babies, the K through 3. We grow a year, grade level each year until we reach K5. We also have our middle school, serving grades 6 through 8 at KIPP Durham College Prep. This is our first year with an elementary testing year, and I'm actually really excited about it because this is our first year where our founding first graders get to show what they've grown and what they know since we've had them. I'm also really excited because our kindergartners that this past year, about 80% of them both met and exceeded achievement and growth across all DIBELS measures. And our first graders met DIBELS growth expectations as well. So I'm happy for them in advance to see how this shows in this year's testing. This year, 90% of our students are eligible for free or reduced price lunch. We do serve a population of 48% Latino, 47% Black, and 2% white, and 2% of 2 or more races. We are the very unique campus in KIPP, North Carolina, in that we serve 40% of our learners are multilingual. So this is not a demographic that was in our original charter, but we are very excited about it. It challenges us, it pushes us, and we get to see a lot of growth. And 11% of our population are exceptional children.
Good morning. My name is David Tell. I'm the school leader at KIPP Durham College Prep. I'm excited to talk to you today about this particular school year. We're excited because of our current turnaround efforts at KIPP Durham College Prep. KIPP Foundation has actually invested more than $450,000 in salary supplements to really attract talent to our schools. And so we're seeing some master teachers within our classrooms that they're really redefining our school culture. We're also running Saturday academies as well as summer academies. And our teachers have a longer school day so that after the students leave at 3:30, every day we actually have an opportunity for professional development for our staff. And this is primarily because, as you can see from the numbers here, since COVID, the achievement gap between our middle school students, which are majority economically disadvantaged, and those are the Durham Public Schools, has only widened. And so we're working really hard to turn around that data. Next slide. So this year we're excited because we are using iReady as a remediation tool for our middle school students. We have a full-time director of turnaround initiatives that's really focused on the iReady data and really all of the pieces of data at our school to make individualized plans for all of our students. For tutoring, for our Saturday schools, for our intervention blocks. Our middle of the year data from iReady shows us achieving a 30% proficiency in reading, which as you can see is 12 points above our EOG ELA proficiency last year. Our middle of the year data for iReady is also showing us achieving 42% proficiency in math, which is actually 34% above our EOG math proficiency from last year. For our 23-24 school year, you can see we met growth in both reading and math, missing an overall met growth designation due to our lack of WIDA access growth for our ML students. So we were really excited. One of our critical hires this year was Dr. Pritchard, who is a very strong ML teacher for our middle school. So we're working hard to close those proficiency gaps for our economically disadvantaged students in those DPS. And we have been working hard to earn a meet or exceed growth designation for this school year.
Thank you for that presentation. Short and sweet. Questions for KIPP Durham?
I have a sweet question. Are both campuses still on Holloway?
Yes.
So where's the prep? In the back of it? Or
second floor.
Oh, on the second floor. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. One more forward. The one where it was a colored diagram. There you go. Thank you. So the trend is kind of not going in the direction you want. in reading, math, and the overall, everything's gone from exceeded down to met, did not meet. What do you attribute this to, and what have you guys put in place for addressing this?
So last year, we understood that we needed to change things. And that meant that we would call this a rebounding year for us. With the KIPP Foundation additional funding, we were able to attract other staff, Mr. Tell included, who joins us from Texas. So what we've done differently is being really intentional about who we hired and who we're putting in front of children. That, with the curriculum that we addressed earlier and making sure that we are clear about teachers teaching with fidelity, that we are internalized, well planned for, so that we can diagnose and respond, in addition to the schedule that includes intervention blocks, so that we can run small groups, so that we can reteach, so that we can make sure that we are closing those gaps.
When is the school up for renewal? Do you guys know?
Next year.
Next year. So this data will be what's coming forward for renewal next year. Okay.
I would like to encourage you to do what I said with KIPP Charlotte, is looking at your data with your students that have been with you for several years.
Any other questions? Okay. I'm sorry, Eric.
Sorry. With regards to like stability and leadership at this school, can you give us a little understanding of, I know you said this is a founding year kind of, so where was it last year? Where is it currently? And what are you expecting in the upcoming year?
In terms of leadership?
Yeah. For KIPP Durham, yeah.
Yes. So I can speak to the middle school, because that's the one that we refounded. Kendall has been founding the school beginning with kindergarten. In terms of the refounding for leadership, as a head of school, I have been working with the school for 2 years, so that I have a really good understanding of where we were and where we need to go, in addition to the regional leadership team. In terms of the principal, the assistant principal, and the dean of students, they were new to our school this year and will be returning with us next year for continued stability. Beginning in the middle of the year last year, we did have a new principal that stepped into that seat, and she is currently in the turnaround initiative role. And what I refer to that because we had a good understanding of where the school was academically and culturally, and made really sound decisions to be able to provide support to stabilize the school. We're really proud of the work that has taken place this year, so that we stabilize that school quickly in terms of culture. And our focus really is on making sure that we are now closing the gaps academically, and that we reach academic excellence, which is what that community, all of our students deserve. And those families have been really patient with us.
So there are 2 schools?
Yes.
And there's a principal, an assistant principal, and a dean in both schools that are, or just one for, but like?
So Kendall, Miss Greer, has K through 3 this year, and she will continue to grow that school with 4th grade and 5th grade. And Mr. Tell has 6th, 7th, and 8th this year. The schools have their own leadership teams.
And both of those leadership teams are 100% returning?
Yes.
Okay. And that's some stability that you haven't had previously, right?
Yes, and so Ms. Greer's leadership team was really, really small as the school was founded, and so that is growing in proportion to the amount of students that she has.
And the last question, this influx of money, did it allow you to increase the capacity of your instructional leadership team, or no, it was just more teacher supplement?
So it was for personnel. It allowed us to attract a team overall, all positions included, for the middle school with more years of experience, and that has made a significant difference.
So kind of improve more personnel, but not improve the personnel
that we could attract.
That you currently had budgeted for, but not increase quantitatively more people.
Correct.
Okay. You guys have projections for this year? I said that was the last question. Sorry. Do you have projections for this year? Like, I'm not asking you to be like, hey, we're going to be this composite score, this and that, but are you expecting, because I look at your growth chart in Durham and 18, 19, 22, it's through the roof. 23 met the threshold, and then 24 lower, excuse me. But it appears that with beefing up these teams and the stability you have there, I would assume you're projecting, and all the new data you're getting that you're projecting.
That is, we're projecting growth. And so we are really excited about what those results will look like. We've been very intentional, including with our ML population, really being able to provide very intentional supports for our newcomers. And so we are excited to see how our data, specifically our iReady data, translates to EOGs.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions for KIPP Durham? Okay, we'll move right along.
My name is Emily Cook White, and I am the head of schools. I support our campus in Halifax, our elementary school in Gaston, and also Kendall at our elementary school in Durham. I'm here today on behalf of Melanie Harrison, our wonderful principal at KIPP Halifax, who decided to stay home and hold the fort at this crucial time of year. So thank you for having us. This year in Halifax, we serve 513 students. You can see the breakdown among the grades. More than 90% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch. 86% self-identify as Black or African American, 4% Latina, and 4% white. We also have 6% who represent more than one race. We have 3% multilingual learners and a population of about 11% students who have IEPs. While our history has been more illustrious, our recent years have been a challenge. Post-COVID in particular, you can see the spread occurring between us and Halifax County with whom we are compared. We are the only K-8 school in our region and made the decision a couple years ago to merge our elementary and primary schools. This is the third year since that change and the second year that the leadership team has returned together. And so we're seeing some increased stability and growth as a result of that leadership. And it is still in its formative stages. Our middle of year iReady results are showing us some promising gains, just as we saw in Durham's results. And also our NC check-in data has looked very promising, better than this. And we know that NC check-in stamina is not the same as an end of grade. And so we are cautiously optimistic about that. I tend to be rather brief, so please let's do questions and we can go back if we need to.
Thank you so much. Questions?
I've got the gray hair because I've been around too long, but just a quick question. I just remember the days, the glory days of KIPP in Halifax County. I mean, the amazing, absolute amazing work you were doing. What do you think was the reason why it changed from? I mean, KIPP Halifax started right away. I mean, you've been going, at 20 years maybe.
Yes. So KIPP Gaston, our sister school, started over 25 years ago and had 99% proficiency.
Right.
I understand. I think that there's something so precious and special about being that small. A place where leaders can put their hands deeply in every classroom. And frankly, with no disrespect intended to our current staff, the caliber of talent that we recruited at that time is different. I think that KIPP Halifax started with a more similar foundation. And as we have grown to serving so many students, we're over 1,000 in Gaston and Halifax County, which represents a huge proportion of the local population of children. Mm-hmm. As we've grown, staffing at that capacity, at high quality, is a true challenge. While the results of KIPP Gaston have resulted in doubling the number of college degrees in that region, we haven't hired all of those college educated folks. And so we continue to look for creative solutions to have high quality instructors in front of our folks, to retain leaders who then can also train up our up and coming staff to help them be more excellent. We've been very fortunate to enjoy a lot of leadership stability in a couple of places, but then also weather the normal transitions of folks move on after a decade, some of them to start their own schools. So
Any other questions?
And you guys have a pretty robust, I don't know what you call it, regional team or whatnot. I know Caleb's on it now. I know Luke is on it. These are people who contributed to the glory days. And I don't even say that because there was every school, there's time periods. And I just think, you guys are in the middle of a time period and everything will bounce back. But I guess my point is, how are they adding capacity? Can you help us understand the role they play in helping the school?
absolutely. So I do want to clarify, Caleb still works for the foundation and we see him about 6 to 8 times a year. So he's advising sort of our regional team on how to do this at a much larger scale in a different way. But we're grateful for that support. Luke and I have the role of supporting 2 to 4 principals at a time, and our job is to be on site with our principals, spend the day hip to hip with them, to both ensure that many initiatives that we're working on are making the necessary progress, and also in some of our leadership turnover, we have several very new leaders. And so helping them weather those life lessons that come, you don't know until you know, and helping them navigate some of those situations. I think that over time, I have seen us shift from more qualitative support of our leaders in terms of helping them develop the adaptive skills to work with people and to deal with challenges, to being much more technical, data-driven, and always both sides of that are mission-minded, and they're certainly not in conflict. But I think my visits with principals now are, all right, let's look at the data, let's go to the classroom, let's make sure the teacher is intervening based on what this most recent data has told us. And so I think we're all growing and learning together, but that level of support and sometimes accountability, I think, is where we want to see us continue to thrive, that we can't take for granted that our current resources are going to be enough without an extreme level of daily follow through. Did that answer the question?
Yeah. Yes. Do you guys use Relay for instructional leadership training?
We have actually, right after the merger, Tim generously supported all of our principals to participate in Relay. And so our whole new cadre of folks, and everyone from that is still with us with one exception, Chutney. Yep. And frankly, it's Durham, and you alluded to some of the turnover challenges there in leadership. Durham Middle, not Durham Elementary.
And I guess now you guys are launching your EPP coming up. So, I guess what I'm trying to do is have this board see like the trajectory, right? You got nearly 10 principals, you just said, who were invested in Relay in almost all state. You have this regional team that's helping support. You guys are launching EPP, and you had talked about kind of a talent issue. Well, now you're creating your own talent through EPP, and you've had an influx of money in order to get talent. So can you give us, am I missing anything? And then lastly, what role do you see the EPP playing in this kind of talent issue?
So we do hope to grow our own talent. We're finding that in an increasingly competitive market, particularly in our rural schools, we do need to grow our own talent. And I think we are doing that, but it doesn't do us any good if they don't also get certified. And so we want to make sure that we're able to help them do that in-house. The pilot year of the EPP, half of the participants will be designated from our Eastern North Carolina schools, because right now no one is moving to those counties. We know from our population data it's quite the opposite. That doesn't mean that Charlotte and Durham are dream talent markets, but new folks are moving there more regularly. We hope to start small and see where and follow where we have seen some success in the elementary grades in particular. And then if we are successful, hope to grow that program and let it become a magnet for us, for folks who have the heart and the capacity, but just haven't been able to deal with the hoops that certification sometimes require. So.
Anything else we're missing in terms of what you guys are doing to, you know, to follow the trajectory that you're kind of laying out, which is just improvement, growth, et cetera?
I'm sure that Tim will add on. I will say that some of you may be aware, Halifax is actually going to be joining under Gaston's umbrella in the year ahead, as we've seen our population in the area shrink, and that we're competing against ourselves in terms of talent, students for enrollment, and other resources. We're going to make the choice to dissolve Halifax's charter with you all's permission, and then realign some of our facilities use. And we're hoping that that can help bring the best of some of Gaston's stability to our younger grades, provide our high schoolers a more special experience. I don't want to say more special, an additional special experience, and help us use the resources that we do have in a smarter way. Also, I'm sorry, I'm going to play know-it-all because I pulled up our attendance when you all were asking earlier. And pre-COVID, we were in the 97, 98% every day at every campus. And we have been climbing out of what was apparently a necessary trend. As of last week, our two Charlotte schools were at 90.4 and 90.2% average daily attendance for the year. Durham was at 90.5% at the elementary school and 87.7% for the middle school. Gaston was between 91 and 94% across the elementary, middle, and high, and Halifax is at 93.9%. And while that's not what we want 98%. I actually think compared to our district counterparts everywhere, we've climbed out of that hole faster. So, thanks.
Yeah, congrats. That's good.
Morning, y'all. I've had the opportunity to stand in front of you multiple times in the last 5 years. It's good to be back this morning. My name is Tim Sansing. I'm the Executive Director of KIPP North Carolina. It is a blessing and a privilege every single day to be able to work alongside everyone that you have just met this morning and a whole team of people who are making it happen for kids. I'm also excited to be joined by, we've got 3 board members in the room. We've got 1 or 2 who are live streaming. So if you have questions for board, they're here, active, and engaged. Lynn, both you and Eric were referring to what I think has been this is statewide, but specifically in Eastern North Carolina, sort of a dissolving of the ecosystem and structure that allowed for excellence to flourish and happen. Like, I think we were built off of Teach for America in Eastern North Carolina, like built off of TFA. TFA does not exist in Eastern North Carolina as it once used to back in the day. We have not received a core member from TFA in years. And so that is to our EPP trying to rebuild that ecosystem and trying to rebuild the quality that we had 10, 15, 20 years ago. So at least the name of the game for the last 5 years. I stood in front of you last time in October where you all approved the consolidation of Gaston and Halifax. I've been invited back to say, how's that going since you were here just a quarter ago? And I prepared a few slides to let you know exactly how that is going here in the middle of April. We announced that consolidation. We're calling it a unification. Consolidation feels a little bit technical, but the unification of our 2 amazing campuses out east just after that meeting in late October. Since then, we have named the 4 principals who are going to be leading those 4 academies. We're breaking them up into much more individualized, personalized academies than maybe exists now. So that Halifax is serving K-8. That leader will now exclusively be serving 3 through 5. We've got a K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and a high school. And the leaders that we have right now, who are exceptional leaders, are coming back to lead that reorganized whole across 4 different academies next year. We launched re-enrollment a little bit later this year than we did in previous years, just to get folks a little bit better acclimated with this unification. And I am pleased to report that as of late last week, about 3/4 of our families have told us that they are returning, or excuse me, that they have intentions to re-enroll, have responded to the re-enrollment, and 90+% of them intend to re-enroll. So that for us feels quite strong. I think some of the holdouts from the other quarter of folks who have not responded to that re-enrollment survey is most likely around transportation. That's on the next slide in just a second. But we're hosting a massive block party, breaking news this morning in May to invite folks into their new campus and begin to craft a unified whole of culture. Next slide. Thanks, Nikki. We are proud of the fact that we bus a whole lot of kids all over northeastern North Carolina every single day on an amazing transportation team and 30+ bus routes. I'm also proud of the fact that our regional transportation team has done a lot of work since October to make sure that the transportation snapshot that we have this year looks almost identical to the one that we will experience next year, with over 90% of our folks, families not experiencing too much of a disruption in their transportation next year. We're also engaging on renaming our unified campus. That work has begun a few weeks ago and continues this week and past spring break. Names mean a lot, and we have engaged the community in a real, meaningful, thoughtful way on what we should name ourselves in our next 25 years. We're also preparing, the next slide, a whole lot of movement in facilities work. We're literally moving one campus to another and moving another campus to the other, and trying to project plan and manage around that. On the last day of school for kids is June 12th, and on June 13th, we're moving heaven and earth to make this happen before teachers and kids come back in our buildings in the late July, middle of August. I also will say, when I was standing in front of you in October, I had no idea what working with DPI on maybe the first, it's only been a handful if there has been any consolidation of 2 charters at this scale, from every single department, from data to food services to Infinite Campus to Ashley's team at OCS. We have found unbelievable DPI partners who are making this consolidation and unification absolutely seamless. I am proud that I get to say that here on this morning because that is not what I was anticipating, with all love and due respect and into this thing, but we have found at every single turn that folks at DPI and DHHS have been incredible partners in this consolidation work. So I'm here to also offer us some thank you and appreciation for DPI to make that happen. That's about all I've got for you all around consolidation. I'm happy to answer questions about that or anything else you heard earlier this morning.
Just real quick, and you probably talked about this, and I just wasn't on the review board. Are you, so you're still going to have the 2 campuses? Okay, you're just going to have different grade levels at the campuses. Okay, are you going to have one school code, or are you going to have 2 different school codes?
You're getting in the weeds. I love it. There is one school code to my knowledge, and that's going to be Kip Gaston, but we may come back to you in the next several months to ask for a name change or an updated name of that. But there will be one school code across the 2 campuses, A8 at the Gaston campus,
okay,
and high school out of the house.
Okay, and you're not doing a remote academy, are you? No.
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
I don't have hair on my head, literally.
He's done.
You know, I do want to just add on to one thing that was said, the idea of the talent issue. And in our rural communities, it's real. And Teach for America for a long time was supplying KIPP with a lot of core members, but bigger than that, because there were so many core members in the region, it was like known that if you want to go to the majors, you go to KIPP. Like after, and so they had guys like me, like Keith, like they had a ton of people who would just go, who were dreaming about the day to go to KIPP. And without that Teach America influx, it's got to be a huge talent issue. So I can definitely see that. You're envisioning the EPP at least responding in part to that? And is that some of your alum? Is that like, how are you using that to respond?
Yeah. So we got approved, Eric, as you may know, for elementary education, for middle school math and middle school reading, for our certification areas. It would be a lot to go and try to cover all those three in one fell swoop. So we're starting with elementary education because that's where our biggest need is. We've designated 20 to 25 spots in this first year. My guess, Eric, is we're going to see a lot of not new to the profession, but a lot of veteran teachers who all have been teaching for 15, 20, 25, 30 years that do not have certification. My guess is that we're going to see a lot of those individuals enroll in this first year or the second year cohorts of the program. I think long term, this is a long-term play to make sure that the teachers who are in front of kids in classrooms every single day in Charlotte and Durham and Eastern North Carolina are highly qualified and well grafted, well taught in their content. So do I think this will replace TFA next year in Eastern North Carolina? I do not. But do I think long term from now, being able to get incredibly talented first year, second year teachers through a certification program, wanting to stay because they feel better trained, I think that is the long term play to make sure that they're moving up to grade level chair, to assistant principal, to my seat.
Do you think alum of KIPP will be a big portion of this or no?
I hope so. We're not hearing for that right now.
Okay.
But I think so. I think there will probably be, if I were in charge of the KIPP Foundation, I would do Teach for America for all KIPP alumni to come back and teach at KIPP using that sort of national leverage and the national power. I think if we don't run that at a national level, I think we'll run that at the state level for sure.
Oh, awesome. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Any other questions?
Grateful for y'all always mission thinking. We just had our Gaston renewal site visit last week. We've done a lot with DPI. I find each and every single one of these interactions to push our thinking, push our rigor in how we're approaching things that we've been thinking 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about. So grateful for y'all this morning.
Yep. Thank you. And thank you for the entire team being here this morning as well.
Sure.
Yep.
Appreciate y'all.
Okay, I think we're going to take a break. It's 10:37. Let's come back at 10:50, and then we'll get on with our agenda. Yeah. Okay.
More teams back there.
All right, I think we're getting ready to reconvene. Let me just confirm that we are live. We are. Okay, Dr. Norris, you're up.
Morning, Dr. Norris from the Office of Charter Schools. Good to see you all this morning. And first and foremost, I just want to say thank you recently to Dr. John Elridge and Dr. Shelley Shope, who led a charter school network of leaders last week in a theme of marketing and enrollment and great innovative ideas, and so many of that cohort participating really enjoyed the time this year, and I'll share that more later. But thank you so much to both of you. On a whim, I just was able to connect with you. It's really great. So this morning we have ready to open enrollment and facility report for April. And as a reminder to all, these numbers are based on only applications at this time. Some schools have offered enrollment seats, but we are not calculating those until next month and June, when they come to meet you on June 9th for your final approval. All schools slated to open are now in revision phase from RTO2. They completed RTO2, and the RTO2 team had over 500 reviews that our team conducted of policies and plans through Epicenter, and we were very tired, but we're here today to share that with you. RTO3 is now due May 19th, and that majority is EC policies and plans, as well as facility inspections, ECOs, and all of that. So this includes applications, as I shared with you, and going into the next slide, Go Big. As you can see here, they have had their approved year at 150 of ADM, and then April applications are at 41 with a break even at 147. They finally have a lease on a facility and confirmed that a temporary site is zoned appropriately for educational use. Their project management team is communicating with the county to determine all steps required to obtain their ECO. Preliminary steps include submitting a change of use and a traffic impact analysis. So they anticipate that to be ready, all of that, by mid-August. Keep your eyes on that. And then Agape Achievement Academy, their approval for year one ADM is 224, and their April applications 87 with a break-even number of 126. They've gone through ample renovations with this. It's a permanent facility, but they plan to use this until it's a temporary facility. They plan to use this until the permanent facility has all been funded and able to be constructed. And they're anticipating all of this to be complete next week, actually. So moving on to Honor Prep, their approved year one ADM is 132. Their April applications are at 73 with a break even of 100. They are working on plans to complete so they have an ECO, but our office is requiring and requesting any previous ECOs to be updated with the new school's name. And there's 3 schools in this situation this year. So that is happening with Honor Prep. You can ask me questions about that after. Along with North Oak next in Durham County, their ADM year one is 520. They have 904 applications. Their break even is 220. We anticipate them getting that. They're in their final stages of putting in the fire and sprinkler system, the electrical system, and their base of paving has been completed and their fire protection inspection was also completed. Carolina Achieve next, their approval year ADM was 400. They are coming in with 180 April applications with a break-even number of 210. I anticipate them doing well on their way to that break-even number and their 400 first year. So they have modular units being constructed at this time, and they're already here, or sorry, in late April will be there at their approved site for them. And then moving on to Sledge, approved year one ADM is 125. Their April applications are at 95 with a break even of 115. So they had a last minute change that came to us last Thursday. They decided not to insert mobile units into a lot of land that needed a lot of clearing of trees and bush, and they have found a Head Start building within the same zone of their original intended location with 10 classrooms, and now they are marketing that final address, and they should be signing the lease today, if not happened last Friday afternoon. And then we have Triad International Studies Academy in Guilford County. Their approved year one is 144. Their April applications as of March 28th are 64. Their break-even number is 80. They're having some delays in their facility. They just received the special use permit last week, and they obviously need to go ahead and complete the demolition and just secured a general contractor that was licensed, as well as their HVAC units in plumbing, and they anticipate a permit sometime in July. At this time, we are conducting one-on-one meetings with them as well, and as well as Go Big, and Sledge. So those one-on-one meetings are happening in the next few weeks continuously until June 9th. And then the last three, Liberty Charter School has also had a delay in what they anticipated to have phase one renovations in the facility where they were initially planning. So they have begun to look at an alternative school with a prior ECO. So we will be asking them to ensure that ECO reflects the correct school name. And Mary Catherine Sawyer, the director of the school currently, is conducting a lot of the RTO work, and we are in constant communication together. Lastly, the last up to last schools, Nalanda at 192 ADM. The April applications are at 106, break even number 146. They are moving into the old Raleigh Oak Charter School campus, and they've already received the ECO from the former school. We're looking at them to update that with their name as well. And they aren't needing any construction or renovations. Their biggest push right now is working on marketing and having marketing and enrollment events. Anderson Charter School, their approved year one ADM is 80. Their April applications is 79. Actually, their year one ADM is 129, I believe, and their breaking even number is 100. The building that they're working on, they anticipate all of the work to be completed in the next 30 days, and then ensuring the roof is replaced and other trimming in the building. And that is it. lot. 10 schools this year, which is the most I've ever consulted in my 2.5 years at OCS. So great things are happening. Lots of work has gone into it thus far.
Yeah, thank you for that update. It's very helpful, and thanks for all the work you and your team are doing. This isn't a question, it's more just a comment. As I look at the schools that are set to open this fall, paying particular attention to the, not so much with the approved year one ADM, but what the break-even number is.
I agree.
And again, this is not a question for you to answer. This is just the comment that I'm putting out there, assuming folks are listening. The delta with Go Big is a little concerning. I know there's time. It's a school that has a very specific mission and student population. And we just dealt with this 2 years ago with a school that had a very specific mission and population that was targeting boys that didn't hit the numbers. And then we end up having to make that tough decision and closing them down in December. So that's just what I would say, really keeping watch on to make sure that they can make the math work. They can make this budget work. So.
Well, and Bruce, it's not even that alone. It's the break-even number is 3 students shorter. They're approved. So I mean, that really puts the heat on you.
Are they K-5? We're talking about Go Big. Are they K-5?
The first year K2.
Okay, starting as a K2 with 150. Okay.
Not that you need anything else to do, but I am interested. And I don't even know how far back I want to go, but it seems like we've approved several schools that have gone into the RTO process and either haven't made it out and asked for a delay, or for some reason are still not open. I would like to see is there a way that we can track what year they were approved? When did they make it out of RTO? Like the schools that still haven't opened is what I'm really curious about.
We do track that. It is something that, especially at this date in the game for Go Big and Norfolk, as well as Honor Prep, we have really been communicative nonstop with them.
It's more for me because I think if there's a common theme,
yeah,
like is it enrollment? Is it facilities? Because I think that would be good for anybody that's thinking about putting in an application. If we were able to be clairvoyant about, put that out on for folks to see when you're going into your application, know right up front, what are the top 3 reasons why schools aren't opening up?
And we know for his 3 schools, it's facility. It's been facility the whole time.
I just want to piggyback on what you said, Dr. Eldridge. It's really important for the General Assembly to also know why schools are not opening. We've talked a lot about facilities over the past few years, but we need real specific percentages and numbers on that.
And that's really what I was getting at, because I think as we're at this argument about capital funding for buildings and things of that nature, or some sort of thought process of a loan from the state to be able to do this is becoming almost insurmountable for almost every school that's trying to open up. Great idea, great plan, but you can't get your facility open because you can't find property, you can't pay for the property, you can't pay for the building, and you're delay, and by the time you're almost ready to open, it's 4 years have gone by and people still aren't confident that you're able to deliver because you've been telling for 3 years that you're going to and you can't. So it's definite one thing for people in the applicant process to be able to see what you're up against. And then the other is for us to be able to provide some sort of mechanism for people to understand this is becoming a big problem.
I think if we looked at the trend lines, we're seeing more of that, say, than 10 to 15 years ago. Facilities.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we could go back and track, which schools withdrew from RTO or which ones just never got open, or, for facilities or enrollment reasons. We're starting to do a better job of just keeping that so we can start building that data easier. But I think definitely facilities and enrollment, I mean, looking at these, most of them are barely even hitting 50% right now. So for me, enrollment is a really big concern too. I think a lot of schools, you heard from TMSA earlier in Charlotte, they might get half of their kids show up on day 1. because,
Right.
parents are going to multiple schools. Now they might have private school options that weren't previously available to them. Homeschooling's increased. So I think too, this is just another reason why we are trying to figure out how to boost the authorizing, whether it's in the application or during the interview process, because I've seen all of these schools interview. Every single person gets up there and says they have demand. We know we have demand. We've talked to parents, but I think it makes sense that there's more data behind that, whether there's plentiful demographic data about where, the student levels are and are increasing and where they're decreasing throughout the state. And there's got to be other data that these boards bring to the authorizing process to show that they really think they're going to have demand 2 or 3 years down the road. Right?
Yes.
Because if you talk to someone today, it might not be the same 2 years ago.
Well, I say this is kind of like I'm fortunate to be able to work in multiple states like Colorado, Wyoming, Wisconsin, places like that. It's a national issue. And I think what I'm starting to find is there's interest, and we're going to wait to see in year one, because I'm not going to take my kid out of school until I know the school's going to make it. And that becomes an overwhelming decision by multiple parents because they talk about that and then they don't come, because most charter schools, what the talk is, they're not opening in the first year because they don't get enough students. So I'm going to wait and see. And so that part, I think, is a battle that's really difficult for, I don't even care how well you market, until you prove that you're going to open, they're not coming. And that's a new roadblock, I think.
I think go ahead. I think too is the for parents to commit, the chicken and the egg kind of deal. Why would I, as a parent, want to commit to a school that doesn't have a facility locked in?
That's what we're facing with, I think, right now with those 3 schools.
And the schools can't, they can't assure you, oh, absolutely, because they haven't signed at this point. So I think that's a huge issue parental wise. And do we know these? I know we talked in general about the ones that we have, but the schools that withdrew, do we know why? Is it timeliness?
One of them was Dogwood Classical, which there's this facility, and the fact that they fell under the sewer moratorium general statute that came out, but then that facility that they had that categorizes that it fell through. So, and then another one was pretty much leadership at the board level kind of falling apart. But I wanted to say that when they are in RTO, if they delay, that's what we see happening with the boards. They're kind of deconstructing and the momentum doesn't stay there. And some of the founders who came here with their original applications are still the only ones doing the work.
And two, some don't want to commit a facility until they are approved. You've heard that argument as well. So why would we invest and we have not been approved by this board? So that's another reason.
I just think people's attitudes about that may change if there was hope that there was going to be funding available to address that concern. Right now, there's very few options, and culminating for me in just this comment, because I've thrown this out. Poor Rhonda, I see her back there, but I've done this 2 weeks in a row and saying that I think it would be great if we could get that data and sit down with the coalition and with Rhonda's group and really have a conversation about how do we approach this together with the legislation to get them to understand this is becoming maybe a planned problem. I don't know, but it's definitely a problem. And I think it's what did we get through last year? 2 schools out of the number that we approved that opened actually, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I think my point's been made, but I would like to sit down with those groups that help communicate and have a voice at the legislative level and start becoming a little bit more maybe assertive with the fact that there's data now that supports that this is becoming a problem.
We can get that data pulled together. It might take some time.
Just one last question. So just as timeline, all of these schools will be back before us in June.
June 9th.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Ms. Rackley with the application review and discussion.
morning, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. And so this month we have the 2026 application revision process for you all. We broke the application down into 3 pieces so that you all could review and suggest any revisions or additions to the application. Last month in March, we discussed sections 1 through 6 of the application. So thank you all for the input that you have placed in our documents thus far. And so for April, we're looking at sections 7 through 9. And so that consists of the acceleration section, the remote charter, and the EMO section. So remote, EMO, and acceleration, correct? Okay. And so there are some suggestions that our office has already made. And so those suggestions are already here in the document. I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly. I want to, for the record, correct. It is the EMO section, the Remote Charter Academy, and then the mission, purposes, and goals. So thank you. And so we have several suggestions for the management organization. And then we've received public comment just recently regarding some benchmark practices from a higher education authorizer. It looks like, I believe the association just provided some public comment about just educational service providers and some of the best practices as it relates to that. So I have received that. I think Director Picaro just made that available. So, you know, the Office of Charter Schools will obviously take all of that into consideration, but we would need approval from your board first if you wanted to revise any section specific to management organizations. Really what we are suggesting in this section is to be more explicit about what type of documents we want for financial. In the past, we've received just letters of good standing from a management organization's bank to say, hey, this organization is in good standing. We're looking for financial statements, specifically like audited financial statements of the parent organization, which is kind of recommended best practice that kind of aligns with what's coming out of some of the recommendations from, if I may, that Central Michigan report that we just received. So we're looking for more audited statements from these management organizations. So that's kind of been captured in 3 years of that. So that's kind of the gist of the EMO section. The Office of Charter Schools really just separated out in question 79. This was not a new question, but we're asking for how the school board can annually evaluate the performance of an EMO, CMO. And then when you kind of review some of the public comments from CMU specifically, a lot of other authorizers do require charter boards in their renewal term, in their years, to invest in legal counsel that renews and reviews these management agreements at each renewal term. And so that's been a significant investment that schools in other states have had to make sure that those management contracts are reviewed as part of renewal. So that's kind of some of the public comment that we've seen just recently come across. So I guess you all would have to consider that. A lot of due diligence in other states where we see authorizers require the boards to make sure that they understand who the shareholders are of any organization, whether or not these organizations have filed bankruptcy, any type of just subsidiary companies, and just understanding who the management organizations are. So I think the EMO, CMO section specifically has caused, warranted a lot of attention. And so we need your suggestions and revisions here. In the remote academy section, a lot of
Melanie, while we're in, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but and this may display some ignorance on my part for not knowing fully what's in these questions. But one of the things I know that we get every time we come in here is we ask, or we have asked before, has an attorney reviewed this contract? Is that one of the questions that we're asking them to verify? And then part B to that question is, were there any concerns that were brought up by your attorney so that you're aware of them prior to coming into this interview?
So the application does include like a section for legal counsel, for your identified CPA firm, and if your management organization. There is not a requirement that your legal counsel has reviewed the management agreement per se. So we don't explicitly require that.
Not that it's required, but have they? The only reason I ask that question is the surprise that everyone comes in here like, oh, I didn't know we should do that.
So part of the application, because we don't also require legal counsel, it's a should, and it's a quality indicator if you have. So that's kind of the way the application currently is designed. We can be more explicit to ask that question though. I mean, that would be a great addition.
I mean, we ask it when they come in here anyway. Someone's going to ask it, so I'd like them to at least have their thoughts together before they come in. And then another question. I'm sorry to belabor this presentation because I know it's almost lunchtime. But we also ask frequently, like, what do you think you're getting from this contract board? Right? Like, what are the deliverables? And so is there something that highlights, like, what are the deliverables you expect to get by contracting this? That to me, it gives them forethought to get into that before they come in here and we hit them with that question when they're standing on the podium and they haven't sat down. Because I think you should think through those things prior to coming in here and being surprised by oh man, I haven't even thought about what we're getting. We just needed assistance.
And I think that might be Q73 also. So if you're going to suggest a new one, that they're somehow merged.
Yeah, and some of the feedback that Ashley sent earlier kind of broke that down. Like, so what's included, what's not included, and what is included if you pay more for it, right? Like that were kind of the steps of, and that made sense to me.
And I want to make sure everybody understands, schools need to make the decision that they feel like is best for them to make their school successful for students. I just want to make sure that there's been that we've asked the question that gets them to think deeply about, is this the direction that we want to go? Or are there other directions? And if the answer is no, we need this, then okay, you thought through that process as opposed to someone that came and asked you, do you want to help us start a school here? And maybe it wasn't as well thought out as you hoped it would be.
Yeah, I'm going to thank you for all of that information, thoughts. Let's be candid here, right? This section of this application is a large reason why we wanted to get public comment. Like we know that. So, and we did receive some comments. I'm sure we'll get some more after today. And I'll confess, I was on spring break or tried to be on spring break last week, and I've not had a chance to dive through the public comment. So we owe it to those who took the time to write to us to really dive into that and see if we want to incorporate that into the application for sure. I think this is everything you just said is true. And I think there's also this other challenge though too, that I don't know that it's not that we don't ask the questions sometimes, but it's like I can think of applicants who have been before us who are going to partner with EMOs or CMOs, and I can read that contract and it's very clear to me what they're getting in return for the X percent. But the challenge sometimes can be, can the board articulate that? So it's not necessarily that it's not in there, but can they articulate that to our satisfaction? And that's something that we can ask all the questions we want in an application, but if the boards who come before us can't answer what's in their app, that's the challenge.
And I agree with that. And I wonder if it's almost maybe my feedback is to any representative from an EMO that's listening to be very upfront about that right in the front. Here's in the application, here are deliverables. And most probably do that, but I want to make sure that it's in language that the school understands that this is what we're getting or we're not getting, right? So.
I just want to follow up on what Bruce said. The application seems to be getting longer, not shorter. Have you looked at Louisiana?
I have not.
Okay, I'm going to try to get you a copy of their application. I think an application needs to stay an application versus let me give you a bunch of questions to help you define your school. I think it's fine for us to ask those questions to the board when they appear. I think that's part of what we do, but putting them in the application as best practices just lengthens the application. And I think it tells us a lot if the board goes, I don't know. I think that says a lot. And I kind of like to shock the board if the board hadn't looked into it beforehand.
Well, they shouldn't be shocked. I mean, if you're
Well, they
if you're
shouldn't
gonna
be.
stand
That's
behind
what
that
I'm saying.
podium and it's your application, you ought to be able to articulate. We around this table may have a differing opinion. We've had this time and time again. An applicant comes before us and they're comfortable with whatever that relationship is. They're comfortable paying that fee. That doesn't mean everyone around this table is, but it's not our application.
And
but they have to at least be able to answer the question.
And that's why I'm saying, do we want to put it in the application or keep it where we're here?
I as a guy that like inherited a school that was a K-8 and expanded to 9-12 and then had to write an application, I took for granted a lot of things that were already in place for the school that I took over that I didn't know I needed to know. So I can tell you that the application may be lengthy and, that's for debate as to whether or not it needs to be that way or not. But it did make me think about things that I did not know I better know when I come in to do that that interview. So, and in this specific area, this is a decision for a school to whether I'm going to have a management organization or I'm going to be independent. And I really feel like this is one where you have to be really clear about that when you're going into it, because in a lot of cases, if you're going to go in with a management, it may be a while before you can get out of that agreement. And so be sure you know about that prior to getting into it. If that's what you're committed to, great. But if not, I think the application will help you think through that process is all I'm saying.
I'm not sure a lot of this matters. The way it's being presented, I think when I say a lot of this, I mean like the rules of the game are so lax that we're seeing boards that are stacked. We're seeing EMOs do the talking. If it's going to come in writing or it's going to come verbally, it's going to be there if the rules of the game permit for that to happen. I guess I'm wondering why there are rules that are in place, and maybe it's legislative, maybe it's policy, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, pertaining to things like amount of board members, amount of meetings you have, amount of board members not getting paid, all those things. And yet we don't put things in place regarding this relationship of whether the EMO can have somebody on the board, of whether or not they do need to get an attorney that is an approved attorney to look for conflicts of interest and how taxpayer money is being spent, especially taxpayer money that we can't then audit because it's now spent to the EMO and we can't then get annual audits to find out exactly dollar to dollar where it's going. And I just think we're talking about a lot of things here, but it's not going to make a difference. They're going to be able to just find a way to bypass it by having somebody on the board or by speaking at the interview. It's the rules of the game that should be the conversation, not necessarily just how you make us feel happy.
So one point, if I could just, as you review the recommended best practices, the educational service provider information sheet that is Exhibit B that came from the association, that is that CMU. The template there does require a lot of disclosure, and this is a practice that is in place with other authorizers across the country. And so I think that what sounds like what you're suggesting, it kind of aligns with that document and requiring applicants to do the due diligence and require them to spend dollars for legal review prior to the interview.
Melanie, are you talking about Q74, if there's an attachment there? That we're looking at the executed contract. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes, okay. I would be referencing the executed contract.
I agree. I think we have sat in a lot of review meetings of applicants and the contract is attached. And if we had read it, we would know a lot of the things that we ask. Or maybe we're asking to see if they know, but that I don't know that that's the best practice either. And I don't know where you got Louisiana, but I think it's obviously informative and educational to look at what other states are doing and other applications out there. Why wouldn't we look at some of the best models and let that inform us? And before you complete, I'd like to know what is the best way to submit edits and suggestions to you, what you prefer we do as board members. Okay.
So I can answer some of that. Certainly input on the shared document that's provided. You can input that if we need to have a closer look. If there's something that you specifically want me to work on, I'm always available to do that. But you can absolutely add any suggestions or revisions based upon the shared document. I have provided you all with that edit link there. So beyond that, we do have some time to work on this throughout the summer before, again, reminder, we'll relaunch the 2026 application late in January of 26.
May I ask a clarifying question too? It has to do with section 8. This section deals with a new applicant who, as part of their initial application, would like to also operate a remote academy. Which is different than the process that if you have an existing charter and you want to operate a remote academy. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. I think looking at it through that lens might help too, as far as the questions you do or don't ask. Yeah.
And I just want to note one thing with the length of the application. We definitely are trying to clarify and condense as much as possible. Something I would not have known had I not been in this position is we get principals, like the turnover we see in schools sometimes. We have new principals that reach out to us that have never seen the charter application, which is one of the reasons it is hard to pull things from the application, because sometimes we get, new folks that don't understand what the educational plan originally was supposed to be, or during renewal visits, we visit with, the admin and they're like, oh, wow, I had no idea that was the original intention, So that's just something to think about when we decide what to remove or to condense, that we're trying to stick to the things that really help a leader or a external stakeholder, like a parent or somebody, understand the school. It's kind of a hard balance to make, but I just wanted to mention that because I would have not thought about that had I not received those requests.
All right. And I'm going to ask one more favor. And I know this may be a product of the system that the application is in, but the inability to print out the application in a format that can be edited, Word, Google Doc, is a real challenge to applicants, because typically your application is being worked. I would want my application being worked on by multiple people, and the current process and system isn't allowing that. And so if there's anything we can do in the future to change that, we've tried even, I've worked with Melanie on this recently, and trying even just to pull it down in a Word doc and turn it into a Google Doc so the people who I'm working with who don't even live in North Carolina can add their input. It's just not a user-friendly application. No one's fault, just throwing that out there. Yeah.
So we could possibly, because of the formatting and I think the software, some of the proprietary things that prevent that, we could probably get that as a summer project for an intern to just copy all the questions into just some workable format. But again, that would still be a living document based upon any changes, but we could at least have a start. So we can certainly take that and work to get that done this summer. It won't solve the now, but it would be in place for the 2026.
Ashley, that's a great comment about schools that don't know. They're Chatham Charter was originally opened in 1997, and that application was turned in I believe maybe an old Word document. All they had was a PDF. So I'm just wondering if maybe it would be, I don't know, I don't want to create any more work, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to get everyone that's in a school right now to can they put their hands on their original document? Is, for me, I paid someone to convert it from a PDF into a Word document, because if you're going to make any edits to your application or your charter, you have to do the strike through and do all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if there's something maybe to put out in the newsletter or whatever, just as a, hey man, you might want to consider doing this, because that's where is your charter located at your school? I mean, how do you get your hands on it and all that kind of stuff? I would have never have thought that until you just said that the number of schools that may not be able to know what they're, because of changing leadership boards, whatever.
And we do that in renewals. That's part of the renewal process, which is also how oftentimes we learn that, well, we're not doing that anymore. And then we help them do the amendment process.
That's smart. Thank you for doing that.
I know on the website, you've got all the applications that go back eon years. Could there be maybe just a section that once it's approved, their application goes there? So that I don't have to know the year that it was approved to go back and get their application. I just know the name of the school and I can link to that school and see their application. And that would be maybe a lot of work right to do now, but any upcoming one, just all applications. Anybody could look at it.
So for moving forward, just in what Dr. Eldridge brought up, we as an authorizing team do provide approved schools with their full application. We do that both in print. We give them their entire application, and then we also provide them with like a thumb drive that they can keep and duplicate as much as they want for all of their files, because the hard copy is just the narrative. It's not all of the attachments. So we give that to the actual schools, but absolutely, I think to be able to search and find a school absent of knowing when they were approved would be a better archive.
And I just don't know, I know with the EMOs, going back to financial statements and that kind of detail, these are publicly held companies and they don't get any more money than what any charter gets. I mean, if they're for-profit, not-for-profit or whatever, I sometimes have a problem when people say for-profit or not-for-profit, because a not-for-profit can just pay your employees so that there's no profit. You can do that. But these are privately held companies, and just as much as we're seeing the trend lines with facilities being the issue that schools are not opening, I think we're seeing EMOs not coming into the state or not opening as many schools. And I may be wrong on that. But I don't know how much financial private companies are going to want to just give out.
We've seen it both ways. We've seen publicly traded at most recent in our last cycle. They have SEC filings that they've made available to us. We've got brand new EMOs that were very transparent, providing us with their audited statements for years, their bank statements. And so we, as an office, we are mindful to protect that information. So we've had management organizations ask us to kind of redact certain things, but they've at least provided it, and they've been willing to provide it to our office, for the review of this board, even if they did not want it publicly shared, on across eBoard, et cetera. But we found that as of lately, the newer management organizations have been fairly transparent with wanting to come to North Carolina and do business. And so they've provided us with a lot of those audited financial statements and their bank statements.
I would say that's a question, Q83 in particular, that we would love some feedback on, especially if you've either worked with a management company or you have more, financial experience, because we have received varying opinions, I guess, on what is necessary. And from our end, one, I want to make it clear it's very difficult for staff and for evaluators to know what they're looking for if we ask for financial statements and then we get a letter of good standing, right? Is that, and we've given grace and allowed that going forward, but I really need clarity in the office so that my staff knows what they're looking for and what is acceptable and what is not. And we've heard a wide range of opinions about what shows financial adequacy and what does not. But I think for us, we mainly want to see that if a management company is like promising to like help with startup funds or promising to start the facility, that especially if it's a newer management company, that they actually have that ability to do so. And if we don't have some type of financial record, we have no way of knowing that.
And so as you review some of the recent public comments, you'll see again that it was part of a school's due diligence to see if a management organization has ever filed for bankruptcy, if they've ever, who their shareholders are, who their banks are. Like, this is information that a management organization should be able to disclose to a prospective board, like who do you bank with, and provide that information to those schools up front so they know, what relationships these management organizations, have prior to entering into an agreement. So a lot of that is included in that most recent public comment that you all received.
Does the management company, I know you guys typically tell us, but do they disclose in the application the work they're already doing in North Carolina? How many schools they're running, how many schools that board is running, things of that sort? Is that usually in the app? Yeah. Okay. Let me ask a really naive question that I probably should know. I gave a couple examples before about number of board meetings you should have, obviously not having a paid employee on the board, things like that. Where do those come from? Are those legislated, or is that policy? Where does that come from?
It's a mix. So like there's traditional board meetings that's come up many times because there's not actually a statute that requires a number of board meetings. There used to be a policy. That policy is now defunct. So it runs a range. Some will be in legislation, some policy, some rules, and then some are just best practices. Like there's no requirement for a number of board meetings. We say a best practice is 8 at least, but again, we can enforce that because there's no policy or rule requiring it.
Well, you just asked the question before or made the statement of we need to know whether when they disclose their finances, whether this is good or bad, right? Whether this is what we're looking for or not. And I know there's best practices and all this stuff, right? How much cash you should have on hand and this and that, But I guess, is there, and I'm sorry if I missed this in a previous meeting, is there a conversation and a simultaneous conversation happening, not about just the application improvements, but about the best practices regarding EMOs so that we have a little bit of a framework or a little bit of understanding when people come and they say, hey, this is what we're doing. And we all look at each other like, hey, that's not one of the best practices, or it is aligned.
I would say that definitely our team looks a lot into the best practices. We've gone to conferences. We have meetings regularly with authorizers around the country. It's just, I will be transparent that a best practice is a best practice, and we get, depending on who we're working with, the pushback. Some people are open to best practice and some people are not open to best practice. So we utilize a best practice either when we're like trying to work with, applicants, or when we go through renewals and we're working with a, management company or any board really that's having, might have difficulties. And then when we do have things that are, and then that's kind of where financial noncompliance or governance noncompliance falls in, like if there's something that we actually have a hard line, like you have to do these things, that's when we can kind of make a little bit more headway with like using noncompliance to hopefully change behaviors in a positive manner. But there's very little rules or regulations around management companies. So it really is just trying to recommend best practices.
Yeah, and I think that's the conversation I'd like to be a part of, whether we all agree on all of it or not. But like I said, we get into the weeds a lot of times with best practices in general. So why not here, right? We get into the weeds of how many meetings is your meetings on your website? Does anybody have a relationship on the board? You think about how deep we get into this, how many people are local, versus out of state or whatnot. Why not do the same thing in this regard with something that to me is such an important part of the growth of charter schools in this state? And I just think there's a lot of things that should be talked about, especially regarding conflicts of interest. But in the public comments, there's a ton of things about overreach, about relationships to the EMO rather than the school, board decisions, like all these things. And I just don't think we're conversing about it enough. And if it is in black and white in the application, or if we have the conversation now, at least the schools walk out with some level of feedback regarding the best practices that this board has adopted. And I don't know, I guess I'm more asking the question, is there room for that, Bruce and John? Like, is there room for that conversation to happen in a simultaneous way to improving the application itself?
Isn't that what we're doing?
I don't know. We're talking about improving the application. I don't know if we're really getting down to the brass tacks of some of the issues that I think exist in the approval of these schools and that are in the public comments right now.
I understand what you're saying. I think that's our task. That's our task in terms of reviewing this application and making sure that we're asking the questions that we want the applicant to have answered before they come behind that podium, which will then might generate additional questions when actually during the interview process. So if there's questions that you think that we're not asking, I would say that's what this process is for. Let's get them out on the table.
And that's what I imagine you're asking us to put on that shared document that you have. So once that's all done and we've reviewed all these here, what's the final step for?
Well, so what we're going to do is we've got one more month for the other sections. You have the shared documents. So please, if you want to put in some notes, we're taking notes from the meetings and the discussions. And then also we will take notes from the public comment received and kind of put that together. And then in June, I believe, we'll bring you a proposed kind of revision based on all that feedback. And that will probably be a longer conversation in which you all need to, we'll need to discuss like, okay, we're going to add this, or we're going to take away this, or, this is the conversation we've had about this. And then we can vote on a revised application.
That's what I need to do. That makes sense.
So and that's why we wanted to make it a longer process. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. And I like Bruce, I think all of us on the board should probably be committed to making sure that we've checked those public comments out really well and have a good understanding about because we know what we're talking about in here, that those public comments are going to inform us of what's being talked about outside here. So.
Yeah. And I've also been told, I believe that the state board wants me to present on that, your recommendations. So I'll have to do that at some point as well.
And I will just say, for time's sake, I don't know, but if you needed the additional time, we don't launch until December. We really don't work with the developers until so when we reconvene in the fall, after a summer review, even then. So, but I don't.
Yeah. So we're going to have what I'm hearing you say. You're going to have a draft to present to us in June. Yeah. And then we can decide from there whether we're comfortable with that draft, that we're ready to vote on it, or we can have additional time if we need.
And Melanie makes a good point. This summer might be a great time for you guys to actually review that draft because you're going to be reviewing the 2025, is it 20 or 20? Yeah, applications. So sometimes I find it easier to decide what needs to be reviewed, what needs to, be improved when I'm actually in the work of reviewing an application.
All right. Thank you so much. Good.
Also, one thing I wanted to just shout out Melanie and Brandy for the applications authorizing team because they started this new process with the newly approved applicants before they enter RTO. They now have this essentially like a cohort where they're getting training already. They're having some on their own kind of classroom sort of sessions where they could work on their own to understand the charter agreement, to understand, really dive into their application again. And I think it sounds like you've had really good feedback from it. So used some AI to actually create a talking kind of classroom. So it's just really innovative and I think a great way to help our folks move into RTO before that process.
All righty. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, we didn't meet 11 o'clock, did we? That's fine. We tried. It's good discussion though. It's needed discussion. Okay. 11:45. Why don't we say reconvene at 12:30? Does that work for everybody? All right. Gives us time to have some lunch, take some phone calls. So, all right, 12:30, and then we'll be back up for the next school.
He came and went pretty quick. How are you?
It was just right. Sounded like.
I heard what did I hear? Like almost 2 inches or something.
Back. Afternoon. The next on the agenda is Community School of Durham. First, Bakara, are you introducing or is this Jenna gonna?
Are you online?
Hi, yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Let me check.
While we're waiting for Jenna, just a reminder to board members, Community School of Visual Arts for us a couple of times over the last several months. They were up for renewal in the last renewal cycle. Number back as well.
Can you hear me now?
About 6-2 voted to non-renew. To non-renew, the school as it has had the right to do appeal to the appeals committee of the State Board of Ed, and then ultimately to the State Board of Ed, and they've decided to bring the school back to us for another consideration for the so that's what we're here for today. And to see if we have Jenna joining. If not, thank you, Ashley.
Two. All the current documented deficiencies noted by the Office of Charter and the Charter Schools Review Board. 3, you need to determine whether the requirements for a minimum charter curriculum would be a 3. Whether there has been any successful going forward. So this motion is a letter which went out from the State Board to the school delineating these requirements. Board, if you need to pull that up again, you hear that before the school business, before the school presented. Clients concerned, as a reminder, they are on governance disciplinary status for member for failure to provide records and documentation, which primarily for meeting minutes are requested, and then for failure to comply with open. And then in January 20. Framework showed they were non-compliant with fire inspection, health and safety law. This is why the school was originally placed and then you can see
Thank you for. When did
So I want to make sure I'm not. And 17% student that should not taking as much money.
Over the past years, like 25, they had 225 students in 22, and went dropped about 6 students in 23, but then you had a big decline of almost 22 students.
Speaking to the expenditures, and that $82,000 would typically, would just be school correct either or all of the other things.
And so to the rest of the end drop, you're looking
down. So we're out of, isn't there, there may be recommendations in legislation for how many days cash balance?
related to that. But, somebody, you're not thinking right when I was hearing the local school administrative.
This will have.
The speaker should be on extra. Need to know statute that requires level of fund balance other than doing. They have the microphone on for the, it's usually connected. Using them.
With that, is that after fast, they had one.
Test, 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 test.
Hey, Nikki, this is Jenna. Can you hear me?
If you can hear us on live stream, please text someone here in the room to let us know. Okay. Jenna says she can hear me.
All right, we have fixed live stream. Community School of Digital and Visual Arts, if you'd like to come up and give your presentation, now is the time.
Good afternoon.
It's on? Okay. Okay. Before I get started, I'm Joe Battle. I'm the board chair for CSDVA. I'm joined by my board members here today, Tommy McNeil, Michael Palmer, Tony Hall, Bonnie Hauser. We only had one board member, Kathy Everett, who couldn't join us today. And from staff, we have our head of school, Mr. Denny, and Miss Isaacs with us here today. And who's my advancer for my presentation? Thank you. If you could advance. I just briefly want to go over the agenda. So I'm going to talk briefly about why we're here. And then we're going to give you an update on the compliance concerns. So when we were referred back to this board, as Ashley pointed out, there were some specific things that were requested. So we want to make sure we address that. You'll see our very detailed restructuring plan. And then I'll come back and wrap up with our next steps. If you could go to the next slide. So why are we here? Just quick background. CSDVA has been around for over 28 years. We're one of the first 5 charters here in the state. In terms of our academic performance, as pointed out, when you compare it to the LEA, we have not met that standard, but part of the criteria was if you look at subgroups, we have done better than the subgroups that we're compared to. If you look at Black students and socially disadvantaged students, we've done an excellent job there. We exceeded growth, academic growth last year. So we feel like we've figured something out in terms of educating those hard to reach populations. So in preparing for this meeting and the other meeting, reading some of the minutes, I know this board recognized, I forget who on the board said, well, we've done the hard part about the academics. It's the board and the compliance that's the issue. So just want to remind you of that. But also want this board to hear that we heard you loud and clear, that we as a board needed to get our act together, address the very serious issues that were identified, particularly around the audits, around open meetings. So you'll hear from our team today how we've addressed those. And we do appreciate the opportunity to come back and address those issues. And I think when you look at the 3-year renewal criteria, we believe we've met the criteria for a three-year renewal. With that, I'll turn it over to Brian Crawford.
Thank you. Next screen. So, yeah. So I wanted to address the audit issue. And let me just be a frank, candid statement. When the Office of Charter Schools tells you to deliver this information, we should deliver the information. And part of this, I believe, is the sincere effort by the Office of Charter Schools to make sure that we're complying the way that we should be complying. So we said it before, but we want to make a public statement to say, yes, we know we as a board, we're not responsive enough to the charter school. That was part of some internal issues. But the second thing is also, I want to talk to you about this issue about our fiscal accountability before we go into this. We had a confluence of a couple of things last year. We know we had a drop in our ADM, and we were usually consistent with our ADM. But this was an anomaly that happened in 1 year. And then secondly, As some of you know in here, the county of Durham ran into some fiscal issues. And they literally decided not to pay us until 24-25 school year for $24. I mean, this was substantial money, up to about $250,000. They withheld from the school. So when you talk about those matrix and those numbers on why they were so narrow, this is a confluence of something that we suffered inside of Durham. Our ADM is back to normal right now, where we normally are. So we should be able to recover the gap, but I did want you to know that. And so here we wanted to talk about those late audits. And I think that you'll see that the audits were late. We did get them in on March 31st, but there were no significant issues in those audits in terms of missing funds or any other things that really charter schools should be held accountable for. You know, ours was a absence of staff members. And I do want to say this, you know, most schools try to make that adjustment during the school year. But when you're talking about annual contracts with staff, you have to make some decisions. And our decision was we knew that there were income out there coming to the school, but we wanted to get through the school year and make sure that we didn't fire any teachers unnecessarily. We looked at our budget pretty steadily over the year, and we knew we could get through to the end of the year, albeit it would be tight. And so I know most schools might make an adjustment during the year and let some staff go, but we made the conscious decision that we didn't want to ruin lives because we were going through a one-year anomaly. We watched our enrollment. If you look at our enrollment, we're back to where we should be. So this was a decision by the board, not a lack of oversight, something that we really thought about intently. So we think that if we look at so the requirements of the charter renewal says the last 3 years of acceptable audits. We realize that as of today, we should meet that category of the last 3 years of acceptable audits. The other thing we want to point out that we're looking at our grade proficiency for our population, both Black students and economically deficient students. We believe in the matrix that we pulled out that we are compliant. 21-22 CSDVA had 35% grade proficiency for Black students. Durham Public Schools had 35%. Statewide, it was 33%. In 2022 to 2023, CSDVA had 38%. Durham Public Schools had 40% for Black students, 36% statewide. I think the 38 to 40% is within in the margin of error. I think even on your screen that you put up there, it was green. 23 to 24, we had 42. Durham Public Schools had 39, statewide was 38. So again, we're showing that we have the ability to educate the population that we serve. And there's similar numbers for the economically disadvantaged students. So within those two matrices, I think we measure pretty well. And so the last comes with the compliance. I think we've made up the compliance area, but we also know that the issues are with the board. So later on, we'll show you a comprehensive restructuring of the organization to show how we're going to deal with particularly compliance issues. Because compliance shouldn't be only the board's responsibility, shouldn't be the staff's responsibility. It should be the board's responsibility. So what we've done is we set up a staffing position that will handle compliance specifically, so we won't run into these issues later on. So I think we had a long delay. I think that we found out that we weren't doing what we should do. And I think to the Office of Charter Schools' credit, they got us to examine ourselves in a much more comprehensive way than we had done in over 28 years. And it was time for a change. I'm a nonprofit attorney, and we have this saying about founder's disease. And if you have a founder around too long, sometimes you need to change. And so I think we've determined that That period for us is here, and I think we'll have a response that will make this board proud that we've made the necessary changes to get back on board. Public order? That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, please. My eyes are.
Thank you again for your time and reconsideration. I'm Bonnie Hauser. I'm the board treasurer. I'll talk a little bit about just on the audits. We did hire Sharp Patrol. If you remember, we fell behind partly because our prior auditor had retired. Our bookkeeping firm changed ownership, and we had trouble finding a new auditor. That was corrected in October. It took a while to get the audits done. They're now done. Both years filed. And the good news is that we are fully compliant. There were no financial irregularities in the audits. And there were a couple of corrective actions. Most we corrected in the they were identified in 22-23. They were corrected for 23-24. One was that we didn't do all the detailed accounting, the assignment of expenses to the right categories. That's all been corrected. And there was a problem with the concussions, the concussion forms. We actually have a policy that says if the concussion forms aren't in, there's no sports. So that's, we heard it. There was not a problem in 23-24. There was a problem with 2 coaches that had left. That was the only concussion forms that were missing. Next slide. We also, if you look at our website, we've updated, we've put the full board is up there, the board meeting calendar is up there, and the board minutes for 3 years are up there now, including closed session. I believe, are there 2 that are missing? Yeah, there's two dates that are missing, but they've been recovered, and we'll talk about what we're going to be doing to stay in compliance. Brian mentioned that we are creating a new position of a board specialist, which is a person that is responsible for doing this. Okay, next slide. So I'm going to take you through the update on the plan itself. And what we did, again, one of the things, the underlying messages that we heard from your board is we had too much responsibility in one person. And so what we've done is we restructured to make the board working with the school leadership accountable for the many things that had to be done to run even our small school. So I'll go through the organization restructuring, some new leadership positions, what the board is doing to change its own its own structure, updated policies and communications. And I'm going to hand it back to Joe to talk about you've heard that we're planning to relocate, and also some of the more specifics about the finances and funding. Next slide. So this is an organization. And the green, the bright green boxes are the existing positions that are our head of schools on the left has now been upgraded to chief academic officer. To the right is our chief operations officer, and we're adding a board specialist position. So this is what we think of as the school's cabinet, right? Instead of just having a managing director, we don't have a managing director anymore. We now have a leadership team, 3-member leadership team that will work closely with the board of directors. The board specialist will be very specifically responsible for compliance and communications. Let's see. And they'll also act as a liaison. One of the problems, I think, were communications with the charter school board and others. So there's going to be a position that is specifically responsible for communications with outside groups as well. Our plan, so this is where we're headed. Our plan is designed to make sure that the positions, the policies, everything has been updated, and the compensation has been updated to make this model a reality. Next slide. So the first thing, and this is Joe and Michael, who are actually both founders, are responsible, and they asked for the task of updating the board itself, the board composition. I think I like Brian's comment about founder's disease. We are establishing a formal process to elect board members, to elect officers, to establish terms. We've just usually, once you're on the board, you're on the board until you don't want to be on the board anymore. That's changing. We're adding board seats for academic leadership. We've had it in the past. Today, we don't have an academic leader on our board. We will be adding that, and we'll be adding a parent position on the board. And then we also need to clarify the roles of our cabinet members because in board meetings. So voting, will they have voting privileges? Will they participate in closed session? So those things have to be set in policy. We're expecting the definition of the board composition changes to be done by the end of May. I'm sorry, the beginning of May, the end of this month, and the board for the board's approval in our May meeting. Second, next slide. The new roles you saw, we are going to create a new position for a board specialist and compliance officer. Again, that'll be, we're working on the position descriptions now. And Brian's working that with Kathy Everett Perry, who is a HR specialist. So that's a new position that will be established. Plus, we'll be upgrading the principal and operations positions. And that's their contracts, their compensation, all of that to reflect cabinet level responsibilities. That will all be done by the end of this month for approval in our May meeting. And then we also have to fill the board specialist position. So we'll be posting that as soon as the board approves it. And then, of course, these are new responsibilities. One of the things we learned in our compliance work is that we have an incredible school leadership team. So it was time to give them the opportunity to lead the school. But we are assuming that there will be some level of professional development. So we're looking at that to be done by August. And again, the new board specialist position will be posted as soon as the board approves the position. Next slide. This one, we're showing it as, it shows here as May. We actually decided to move this to give us another month. Once the positions are approved, we're going to take a month to update our board policies to reflect these new cabinet positions. And how the new cabinet will work with the board to oversee academic, operational, and compliance requirements. Remember, now it used to be everything was done by one person. And so the goal is, how do we establish policies and practices to make sure that the leadership team and the board are working together to get the things that need to be done and in time, on a timely basis. And so if you just go to the next slide, and this is just really an illustration to kind of show you how we're thinking about this. So I call this accountability framework, but there's a series of board actions that are needed to keep the school in compliance. And you can see it's everything from looking at year-end results and reviewing quarterly annuals and looking at enrollment and looking at the budget and getting those audits done. Those are the actions. They have target dates, and we've assigned a cabinet leader and a board liaison to do that work. Now, again, this is a draft. It's just to show you how we're thinking about it. But the goal is to create an accountability framework that recruits the entire board and leadership team to get the things done that are needed. There are other events, obviously, that are school events that require board participation, but all of this becomes the basis for the board calendar. So it's more than we meet every month. It's we meet at these months to get certain things done because they have to get done. Final point, next slide. Final point is on communications, and that's as we put this new organization in place, that we need to make sure that all our agencies, our parents, our staff, all know who to reach and when, and that's being worked on now. So that's just communications to make sure that the communications framework has been put in place, and again, we expect that to be done by May. So I'm going to let Joe take us out. Thank you.
Want to do one thing. I want to explain how we got to this board specialist role. what we found out. So during the sort of the assessment of why everything went wrong, we found out that there are a number of directives that come from DPI and Office of Charter Schools, and it was going everywhere. So some were going to the board chair, some were going to the principal, some were going to me, and there was no one to say, hey, wait a minute, we need to get these things done. In fact, we found one instance where the board chair thought there was something that was coming to me, and it just all got dropped. So we realized that we just needed a focal point in the building that's handling all the compliance issues. And we know the compliance issues are pretty robust. And so by having this one person handle this and reporting to the board, we'll make sure the signatures are in place, that Epicenter is updated, and all those documents that have been scrambled around the whole organization are now funneled into one office. And we think that will help us solve the issue of this communication and this lack of timeliness of response. So this was a good process for us to figure out that we need to make sure that these things are never done again. Sorry.
Part of the restructuring plan is based on relocating the school. That we own our building. It's the biggest asset on our balance sheet. The board has been considering relocation for over 2 years. Our building is aging. We have HVAC issues. It's really reached the end of its useful life. So we've put it on the market. We've actually are under contract right now, $3.25 million. We have begun the search for new space, but we haven't seriously signed any agreements kind of pending this meeting and the renewal, but we have identified several potential locations we could move to. So once hopefully we get the renewal, we'll get serious about signing a lease, and our plan is to move over the summer. However, with our current building, we do have the option of staying through December. Would not be ideal to try to do a move mid-school year. So our plan would be to move over the summer. And we put the team in place, as Bonnie was describing, with our cabinet. We would have folks on the team assigned to take responsibility for all the logistics involved in the move. Next slide, please. So I know there were a lot of questions earlier about our financial status. So again, as Bonnie mentioned, there was no findings of malfeasance in the audits. I think Ashley noted there were some findings for 24. One of the findings was ongoing concern based on the renewal. We have secured a line of credit with Mechanics and Farmers to kind of get us over the hump if we have cash flow issues like the issue Brian was describing with the city of Durham. But once we sell the building, our net proceeds will be over $1 million. $1 million to $1.3 million. I know there are a lot of questions earlier about days of cash on hand and whatnot. So being able to get out of this aging building, have $1 million in our reserve account, move into a better location in terms of the building. We believe that will address a lot of the concerns that were raised earlier in terms of, particularly one of the locations we're looking for is very attractive in terms of recruiting staff, including students. And then we'll have that reserve available to shore up the finances of the school. And to just kind of wrap it up, in terms of where we are with next steps. We're at that part of the year, obviously, we're recruiting staff and families. Bonnie kind of went through the steps in terms of formalizing the leadership team, or the descriptions, the relocation, again, kind of pending the decision today. We'll get more serious about signing an agreement and moving the school. And obviously developing the budget and recruiting students. But to kind of wrap it up, we took this assignment very, very seriously, the board. that with the students that we're educating, we take that responsibility very seriously. And from the data, you can see we figure some things out in terms of a hard to educate population, and we've been at it for 28 years. So we believe we've addressed the 4 issues that the renewal board directed us to address when we came back to meet with you guys. And we believe we've also met the standard for a 3-year minimum renewal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now's our time to sort of ask you questions that we may have. Just a point of clarification, you said all but one of your board members is here today. Are the others in the back? Are they?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, who would like to start?
I just want to make sure I understand. Durham, is finance still here? Yeah. So the statement was made that Durham made a payment to the school in, I'm assuming, July, August. When was the payment made?
Yes, it was made in August of this past year.
And you said it was for how much? It doesn't have to be, just approximately.
It's around 200,000. So what happened was they withheld payment while they were working out the structural things within the school, and then they sent us a lump sum check, but it was in this school year. So they withheld payment.
Yeah, so if that were to be the case, then I guess the school would be now from an $82,000 deficit to whatever the. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. She's going to verify it. Yeah.
And I think if she's not able to, I think we can find a check which is paid.
Yeah, and from what I understand from Linda Lynn, that the Durham Public Schools, that was the case for all the Durham schools.
Any charter school that had students from Durham.
Yeah, the late payment. Okay. And one final question on the budget side of things. So you're creating a new position.
Yes.
And the cash flow is already really, so where's the money coming from for that new position?
Well, that would involve adjusting some of the staff that we have. We're looking at that right now and looking at our budget. There may be 1 or 2 less teachers.
Oh, so that changes for upcoming. It's not right now.
Right. So,
Okay.
yeah, we're going to wait till the new school year. We're going to advertise it, but it's going to be for 25-26.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So
They're eliminating the managing director position, right? And so we're raising the principal, we're raising the principal and operations leader to cabinet level positions, and we're adding the new board specialist. So even just from a leadership restructuring, that'll free up some.
can you help me understand when you're using the term cabinet level positions, what is that?
Just a term, it just says that they will work as a team to make decisions as opposed to one managing director. It moves us away from a authoritative structure with one person in control making all the decisions to 3 people, each with functional responsibilities, making the decision, sharing responsibility, and reporting to the board.
So here's what I'm struggling to understand. And first of all, I do appreciate you from the very beginning, recognizing that when the Office of Charter Schools is asking for some information, it has to be provided. It has to be provided timely. And if I go back to the last two times you were before us, this really hasn't been about academics per se. It has to do with how the board is governing the school and the transparency thereof. So I have a lot of questions, and I don't want to monopolize. I guess in the restructuring plan, I'm still struggling to understand that a school that's been around since 1998, that is 200 students, that's small, needs a separate position to hold the board accountable to do the very things that charter school boards are accountable for doing. providing information to the Office of Charter Schools, keeping board minutes up to date, having appropriately written board minutes. We'll get to that later. Submitting things through Eddie. These are all things that the board's responsible for doing, and you're not even a big school. So why is this extra position needed for that?
Thank you for putting the position for that. As a board, like that.
There it goes.
You guys hear me?
Battery's about to go.
So as a board, when we were going through this exercise, we took it very seriously, and we wanted to make sure we didn't have the. Thank you. So when we were going through this exercise, wanted to make sure that going forward, we would not have a reoccurrence of the communication issues like Brian described, that who's really in charge and things falling through the cracks. But we did not feel like, to your point, as a small school, that we needed a full-time managing director. But with the staff that we had, we felt like putting it on the head of school or Mr. Johnson operations was not the right thing to do. And I think it was with statute, the board is the only organization or entity that can act on behalf of the school. So where we ended up was with this board specialist, because we did not want to have a reoccurrence, but we identified a lot of the things that when Brian was in the building as a managing director that he was taking on, someone had to be specifically hired and responsible for those activities. So that's how we ended up with the board specialist role.
The managing director that you're talking about, is that the executive director that you had previously discussed that was an independent contractor that was working for you guys?
Yes, Brian Crawford, who you heard from previously, was acting as our executive director, managing director, and he was able to spend quite a bit of time actually having an office in the building.
But he was actually working as an independent contractor. Is that
in previous
that's,
years?
Okay.
In previous years, it's up to 2022 that I left. So that was when we began the independent contractor. But let me say one thing about this compliance position. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's broke. And we determined, after looking at all of the jobs and responsibility, both of the principal and the operation, that there was enough on their plate that we had to find someone that can sort of close the loops on accountability. We think that's a solution for our school. It may not work at other schools, but we think it will work here because we know that our principal is tasked with trying to get the numbers that he has. We know that our operation director is in charge of HR and compliance and all these other issues. We have to have someone in there that can shift the burden enough to make sure that we're accountable at the board to contact us. I tell you, the number of emails that went this way and that way, we saw that there was a problem that had to be fixed. So it may not be the optimal solution. We may find out there's a better way to do it. But for now, we think that it's a way to organizationally correct us so we don't run into these situations anymore. And so we don't know if that's going to be a full-time staff or a half-time staff. We're not sure about it, but we do know that at CSDVA, there has to be someone that holds all of us accountable with compliance.
I have a comment about that. The cabinet you mentioned would be making decisions, bringing reports to the board. What kinds of decisions will the cabinet make which would override the board?
Well,
which I think should be the board making certain decisions.
We're not going to do anything that's in direct violation of our bylaws, right? And so there's always been a staff person that handled day-to-day duties within their parameter to get that done. And so we will have to look at our current bylaws to make sure that this position fits within that. But most of this stuff is not. So the principal would make a decision on academics. The director of operations would make decisions on transportations, et cetera, et cetera. They're given those authorities on a day-to-day basis. The board's not going to make a decision every day. You know, we legislate during the month that we meet, but somehow people have to get things done between the board's directive and the next meeting. So that cabinet will work together to make sure, and in compliance with the board chair, to make sure that they are complying with our own bylaws.
How often is your board meeting?
8 times a year.
Your minutes don't reflect that.
We acknowledge that.
When do you meet? Because you put a schedule up on the website, but it still doesn't give, if I wanted to attend one of your board meetings, I could see the date. I can, at least now, since the last time you were there here, I could see the date that you're meeting, but I don't see a time or location.
Well, the calendar up there should say we meet the first Thursdays of every month.
That's correct.
Yeah.
When? 5 o'clock? 10 o'clock?
4 p.m. 4 p.m.
Where?
It should be on, if it's not on the calendar, then that's my oversight. But it's by Zoom. We have a Zoom link up there.
Yeah. Where's all the meeting minutes before 2022?
We don't have those available. We did not know that we were supposed to have more than 3 years on the website. I mean, I'm sure I can track them down, but I didn't know we were supposed to have that many years on the website. I didn't know what the standard was for meetings on the website.
That could be, I'm going to look at our attorney in case I make something that's, I think the standard is state public information laws, which is all meetings at any time are publicly available in the history.
Yeah, it's been policy for quite some time that those be posted. They have to be available because any person can request them under the Public Records Act. And so you have to have them, you know, you have to have them, right? So that's, and that's why it's the best practice. It's been the policy of state board policy for quite some time to have them all online.
I would just say if the result of today is you get every 3 year renewal, you really need to improve this whole process about board transparency. I've read through, I even to last night and this morning, I've read through every minutes that are up here. You have minutes where there's no motions made, decisions made without motions, information that I would say probably one case that's in closed session that probably shouldn't be part of your minutes. It's sloppy. And that really needs to be an area of improvement. Related to that, who approves the annual budget?
The board does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every year.
I could miss it, but I've read through all the minutes and I don't see a single board meeting minute where it shows that the budget was presented to the board and there was a vote on the budget. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
Right.
I'm just saying
I get that.
When I'm asking questions about how is this board really governing, are you hands-on in the appropriate ways with the staff in the school? I'm not seeing that. No.
I'm sure because of the way we approve our budget that we have all those approvals, but the point is well taken. If it's not on the minutes, nobody knows.
I have a question related to that. You proposed a framework for moving forward with your board meetings. I saw on that you have a review of your budget and expenses only 4 times. And just looking at your financials and your revenue under expenditures, right? Making the decisions you've made to prioritize staff, the board really needs to be looking at this monthly. And if that's happening, I don't see it on the minutes, and I don't think 4 times a year in a schedule is enough to be looking at a monthly budget report.
Yeah, I agree. And just so you know, right now our board looks at this every month, right? This was just a framework to say, just a framework to show how it could be. I think it, because of all the reasons you're saying and the questions, that monthly will make sense. I personally would like to see the board go to a quarterly process. And I can assure you, if there's an aberration like Durham's not paying us, that goes to the board right away. That doesn't wait. But in terms of routine expenses, and, you know, as long as we're within budget, and everything is going the way it's supposed to, I'm hoping again, it's hopeful, but right now our board reviews our financials every month.
Do you guys have back office support? Like, do you have a third-party vendor for back office?
We use Prestige.
So,
We used to use Arcadia, who was acquired by Prestige.
Part of their contract is that they will come to every one of your board meetings if you invite them and do presentations. And you can make those presentations and all the items that come along with it, part of your minutes to show budget, all that kind of stuff. So just know that that's in there for you to utilize.
Great idea. Thank you.
Can I get just a clarification piece from financial? When I looked at the summary doc, it said audit findings. Then the presentation said no significant findings. Am I to understand that like concussion and things like that are the findings, or is there something I'm missing?
Yeah, I mean, the audit.
Can I ask financial first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know she concurs, then there's no reason to.
Yeah, so the audit findings in the 24 report, there is only they basically did not signal out anything as a material weakness. They really only have the significant deficiency as the concussion form violation in the June 24 audit.
So when I look at and it's in front of me, the document, the summary financial document, key concerns, red flags, so forth. I'm to understand that there weren't significant audit findings, and
well, this is our document. This isn't the auditor's document.
No, it's yours. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just what you're presenting, and it doesn't seem like there's been any, despite the fact that the minutes are a mess, transparency, other issues. At this time, I don't see anything that is saying malfeasance or like.
No, there is no notice of fraud, malfeasance in any of the audit reports.
Then
it is really just the expenditures over revenue trend, and normal trend. They hadn't had the audit report for several years, so that is a red flag. But they say they have corrected that.
Then the Durham delayed payment piece.
And that would have drastically altered the results of the June 24 audit. I don't know. My note is, why didn't the CPA note it in his audit report? But that's for me to follow up with the CPA firm, because that would have been a material outstanding item that the CPA really should have noted in the audit report. So, but that's not an issue for the school necessarily, other than they should have stressed to the CPA, hey, why aren't you noting this? And they should have probably had that in their management discussion and analysis as our audit report is impacted by this late revenue payment, so that the public could know that that's why they have a decline in fund balance.
Well, it all adds to the same narrative. If we're not approving budgets, if our minutes are a mess, if we're not on top of these pieces, if we're not utilizing Prestige in the right way, if we're not doing these things, then we're not informed. And then when we read the findings, which we've all been there and seen something, but like, hold on, get this guy on the phone. Like, he's missing, and we've done that where we inform them and the corrections are made, but that's when you're on top of things. So it does feed that narrative of just not being on top. One last question for the board. You mentioned locations. Are you staying in Durham?
Yes, absolutely.
And you'd mentioned, and I'm just going to ask you to elaborate quickly. You'd mentioned that, maybe you alluded to it or mentioned it, the fact that the new site could boost student enrollment at least back to where it was, if not. What are you expecting? Do you have projections? Are you trying to get towards where you were? Are you trying to get way past that? Where are you trying to be?
To be honest, we're getting through the renewal, getting to the space, and we're encouraged that if we make the move, we're going to be more attractive. But we haven't put next year's financial projections and student numbers on paper yet. Sure.
Just to clarify, this year, you saw the results from the year ending last June, but this year our enrollment is 218. Last year it was 178. So our enrollment has already recovered. That is a lot of money for us. So just so you understand that. Also, I'm not an accountant. We probably need to ask an accountant, but I think this Durham delay does not, since we don't have the money, I don't know. You know, we did have, if you read the audit carefully, it does talk about the Durham delay in submitting payments and how our board created a line of credit to protect the school from these delays. It's a cash flow issue. It's not a cash issue. So we did have that added to the audit because we thought it was important for transparency. Thank you for the questions.
This is getting way down in the weeds, but I want to toss this out to you. If given a 3-year renewal, just taking a look at the structure, and I don't know if we can pull it up on the screen where they put the new organizational accountability structure up. So I asked this question because I've run into this problem. So now there's no one that's in charge. There's not one single person. The principal or the academic officer sees a new textbook or computers that they want to buy and goes to the chief operations officer, and the chief operations officer says no. Who gets to make the final decision? Because it's if they're unequal. I only ask that because I was just in a school a week ago where this is their setup, and that issue happened while I was there. So
No, I agree. Any organization, if multiple people are in charge, nobody's in charge. So with our process, obviously we go through a budgeting process. So in your example, if it's in the budget, then it's an approved expenditure. If it's outside of the budget, then that's a variance that needs to be addressed. And it may, depending on the dollar amount, bubble up to a board decision to make a change in the budget.
I use an expenditure. It could be the hiring of a teacher. One of them says, this is the teacher I want. And the other one says, no, that's not the one I want.
No,
just for you to, it's not something you have to answer right now. I just thought
I think the principle is if too many people are in charge, nobody's in charge, and completely get that.
Okay.
And we're,
like I said, way down in the weeds, but I just want to out there.
No, it's a valid concern, and I have that same concern not only here but in other organizations. If you have too many people in charge, then nobody takes responsibility.
It never works.
And
It never works. There's got to be someone where the buck stops on site.
I would just like to add, these hiring decisions, staffing decisions go to the board. They go to the board today, they'll go to the board tomorrow. So those will always have to, the cabinet's not going to, we don't think, unless we change it, the cabinet won't be making major financial decisions. Once the budget is set, there'll be a number of positions that'll be set in terms of staffing. So, and then the staff will be free to hire it. The board chair will still sign the contracts. I also want to comment, there was a question that was asked before about all the expenses and stuff. Our school, I mean, just so you know, our tiny little school, we have a fleet of buses, we provide meals, all of the, there's a lot, there's payroll, all these transactions are set up by the board, but then they run on autopilot. We have the financial services, but these, and I mean, imagine our buses, unfortunately, they're not a fleet of new electric buses, so they need repairs and all that stuff. Our staff manages all of that today, and they manage it on an everyday basis. I just wanted to explain that below the line at the operating level, there's a lot of things happening. And if we learned anything, because we peeked into that during this process, they are doing an incredible job managing the funds of our school. So, and which is why our audits look so good. So I just needed to say that. So thank you for those questions.
I have some questions again about the planned relocation. My understanding that would be as early as this fall.
Yes.
And do your current parents know about this?
Yes. We obviously don't have a location, but they understand that we're looking at, obviously, they're aware of this renewal decision and the decision to relocate. So that obviously has created a lot of questions and a lot of uncertainty, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's April.
And it's April.
And understanding that you just can't decide to pick up and move. You actually have to have the approval of the Office of Charter Schools and potentially even this board, depending on terms of the move. Are you aware of that?
I was not, to be honest.
I was aware of it. But again, if all this is moot, if this meeting doesn't go well, so yeah, we've truncated this. We told the staff, the parents, met with the parents, sent them a letter, said, hey, this is what we're intending to do, and this is why. But all these things are on hold until we know what the Charter School Review Board is going to do on the 7th.
So without naming a location, is there the possibility that it might become more difficult for current families to get there, or are you taking care of that through bus routes?
We have a whole bus fleet, so we will meet the parents wherever they are. We've always have done that, so it's not we're not concerned that the locations that we're thinking of are within the proximity of the current school, so it won't impact transportation for the parents that significantly.
Are you on Club or Cornwallis?
We're on Cornwallis.
You're on Cornwallis. Are you Carter or Community?
We are doing business as Community School of Digital Visual Art. The corporation has remained Carter.
As you guys may know, I was not here when you went through the renewal process. Question. Why did you have to have your renewal denied to do all this work? Because you've done a lot of work.
We have done a lot of work. And again, on the academic side, we figured it out. But as a board, we're going to fall on our swords. We were not in compliance, and we as a board were not meeting the standards. Some of that is some of the financial challenges that we had. And we're trying to balance things. And we mentioned, we lost our auditor, lost our accounting firm, but those are excuses. And we screwed up as a board.
Who was the head of school during, say, the last 3 years?
Mr. Denny, who is here. Is it 2 years, Mr. Denny? That's you? 3? 2, second year. So Mr. Denny's been our head of school for the last 2 years.
Okay, so he's been there 2 years during all this time and did not see the red flags. I mean, fireworks.
It's the board. It's the board's responsibility. The compliance issues, the audit, the issues that landed us here today were primarily things that the board is responsible for.
Yeah, you're responsible, but I'm just saying, I'm the new kid on the block here.
I think to what you're saying, and it is a team effort. However, I'm the head of school, as many of us are for rather large schools, 1,200 students. I don't have a liaison between me and the board. It is my responsibility to make sure that I get all the documentation, that I get all the notifications from wherever. I mean, start the list and start making the phone calls down DPI and say, this is who you send the stuff to. That's my responsibility as head of school. And that's, I think, where Mike's concern comes into your 3-level cabinet position, and that going straight to the board. You don't have somebody, and the somebody you had before, or whatever it was before, didn't wrangle all the cats. Yes, it's a lot of information, and yes, it's like drinking from a fire hose, and yes, you sometimes have to barely keep your little nose above water, but it is the responsibility, in my way, of the leader of the school, because I am responsible to my board. To make sure that they have the information, that they are equipped to make the decisions. So I think that's where, and my concern is when there are going to be 3 going straight to the board, there is still not the one that the buck has to stop, that has to have control of the organization as it runs in a daily fashion.
That's where I was getting to, because even as an executive director of a nonprofit, I mean, I'm responsible to that board and making sure they've got all the information they need, and the buck stops usually with that, not because your board members are extremely, I mean, y'all are busy. Y'all are busy. And this may be a question for the Office of Charter Schools. How many times has this school received renewals? And that probably was given during the renewal process. And I'm sorry, I should have asked that.
It's on the back of the, it used to be their third so they had it the initial 5 years.
Okay.
Then they got a 1 year. Then there was the 10 years, then 5. And then the last 2 renewals have been 3.
Oh, so they've had several 3-year renewals.
This would be the third if granted. Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been red flags. That could have been red flags.
Yeah, that discussion we had last time about how many 3-year renewals, or we need to maybe take a look at how many 3 years.
Right.
And I have a question too for Ashley. Are they aware that they can take reviews with the RTO process on governance and chart financials?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if they are aware of that.
Are you?
No, we're not.
Something to consider. Free training.
So, Mr. Bell, the board chair, first of all, you're a volunteer.
I am.
And you're up here catching a lot of rocks, right? And I do appreciate the fact that you're standing there because it's very rare for someone to stand there and own something like this, like you have, and I do appreciate that. And you have done a lot of work to get things into position. So, for just a moment, I want to put you in my seat. Right, so you have to make a recommendation now. We've made a 3-year recommendation. The state board, we said non-renew, got sent back. It's now come back to us. You've heard everything that's just been presented to you. Now you're vice chair of the North Carolina Charter School Review Board. What would your recommendation be in this situation for how we should proceed?
If you look at our mission and what we've done for the 200 kids who are in our care, we've exceeded growth. We don't have a lot of probation or disciplinary issues, and given our school, that's unusual. So we've perfected a secret sauce in terms of the populations that we are serving. So I would vote for a 3-year renewal, given that the board, the issues that came up were primarily from me and the board not doing what we needed to do, but don't penalize those children that are in our care that we've been able to help these 28 years.
So if that's in the back of your mind, that's what you're considering, that you're going to make that motion. How confident are you that in 3 years' time, this is going to be fixed over the course of not being fixed? And what kind of measures would you consider to make sure that those things were being done?
I'm confident that they're going to be fixed. We've taken this exercise so seriously as a board, and hopefully you get the sense of that with the restructuring plan. And part of that plan is, as Bonnie was describing, recruiting additional board members to come in. And with the sale of the school, the building, and those additional resources, I'm confident that we can overcome the issues that we've had in the past.
Year 1, the audit's not turned in time. What would you do if you were me?
I'm going to look to the attorney for whatever. I'm going to punt.
So
say,
you understand that there's
won't be in that position.
There's a level of every other charter school in the state of North Carolina that did what they're supposed to is looking at this situation, right? And that's where we had to consider in the first time she came here.
I understand.
Again, this is not on the kids. And again, I understand you're volunteering and I'm not lecturing. I'm just saying from the standpoint of what's right and what's wrong for the state, that's the level where we find ourselves today, and the gravity that I think everybody on this board is going to have to consider when, yes, those kids seem to be like making some progress, but how much progress would they have made if all these things were already being done?
No, No, I get that. And, the standard is the standard. But I believe when you look at the standard for a 3-year renewal, we've met that standard.
Thank you for taking the time to do that for me.
Any other questions? And then we'll give them the final opportunity if they want.
I did have one of those quick in the weed questions. On your financial summary, you had one of the debts was a copier debt for $47,000. Are you delinquent on that, or is that just a current liability?
We're not delinquent at all. That may have been something from the transition from the old contract to the new one, but currently we're not in deficit at all.
Not delinquent to that okay, thank you.
Not at all.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Maybe this is Office of Charter Schools Finance. School's been around for a long time. With regard to what I think is the crux of the situation, which is financial non-compliance, in 28 years, I think they're 28 years, right? Something like that. How often have they been on this? Is this like a 28-year record of constantly doing this, or is this something in the last couple of years that has come up?
Preparing for the appeal, we found financial noncompliance information that went back, I believe, to 2016. I'd have to look at, it was at least 2016, maybe earlier.
So am I hearing that in 2016, or am I hearing since 2016? So
Since 2016.
Financial noncompliance from 2016 to...
Yeah, there might have been some times when it was not like a year where they were off, but a pattern since 2016. I can find it and give you the exact dates.
Do you have an answer to that?
I know that we've had one for, so are we talking about just the audits, or are we talking about?
I'm talking about it, just general financial noncompliance, which could or could not have been related to an audit.
Come back to that. I mean, that would be helpful for the discussion, I think.
I just say, as the new kid on the block here, I just have a concern, guys, that if we deny school for legitimate reasons, then they appeal to the state board, and the state board doesn't make a decision. The state board could make a decision, but appealing it back to us, is it going to be this flip-flop? So I really don't have to get my act together until I get denied by the review board. Once I get denied by the review board, I'll get my act together. And I hate that for you guys. I hate it for you guys.
I'll piggyback on that, Linda Lynn, and we're going to give you a chance for closing argument here. But I do share that concern. They went through the process as the process is, and it's played itself out the way it should. Don't have any arguments. We made a decision. They appeal. Their appeal was brought then back to us. That's fine. But yeah, it's like it took that level.
Took a denial.
And so when I hear respectfully, I'm not preaching, respectfully, when I hear where it's like, well, through this process, we've learned to take things seriously. Okay, I have the meeting minutes from November. I specifically mentioned real concerns about transparency and how this board was operating, because I go to your website and I can't get a clue as to how often you meet, where you meet, when you meet, what you talked about. We learned that you meet and there's no minutes. Man, if I was behind that podium and I was being told that, I'd be in my car back to my house and working on board meeting minutes that night. And then you came back in January and it was the same thing. They hadn't changed a bit. So makes me question, was it taken seriously what we said in November? Was it taken seriously what we said in January? I'll end with that. Yeah.
And I'll piggyback with you as well, Bruce. That's why sort of my question would be, Mr. Battle, that maybe the lack of non-renewal was a surprise to you, that you really didn't expect what occurred at our last meeting. Is that a true statement, maybe? Let me say why I asked, because I think you could have come equipped with all of this at that renewal meeting and gotten the 3-year renewal, right? Possibly.
Coming into the November meeting, obviously we had concerns because of not having the audits. And we knew that was a major miss on our part. So we knew not being renewed was what was on the table because of those serious compliance issues.
So was our last meeting February or March?
Sorry.
The last time they were originally for the first renewal interview was in November. They came back in January, which also was the same meeting that we voted for non-renewal. Yep.
I noted that 2 of the 5 board members actually attended the renewal meeting. That already suggested, a lack of concern, right? Mm-hmm.
I'm off again. Thank you. But I think the gist of your question is, what does it take for us to take things seriously? But we have been taking it seriously all along. But as we, particularly around the audits, we described the financial situation. We described what happened with the bookkeeper, with our auditor. And we as a board could have done a better job of overcoming those obstacles, but it was never a question of us being flippant about, hey, this is not that important. It is important. And we've always treated it as very important and critical. But we have now, I believe, gotten our act together and going forward with the reorganization that we're in the midst of, the relocation and additional funds coming in, we're in a much better position. And to the earlier question, if you guys do renew us over the next 3 years, I truly believe we're going to be successful and continue to do what we have on the academic side. And then on the compliance side, we're going to do what we need to do as well.
One more, and then we're going to give you a chance for closing statement.
I just wanted to make note, we were talking a lot about compliance and governance, which are the critical issues. And you talk about, you respond to those and then you mention your students. And I just wanted for the board's perspective to say, that is at the heart of compliance and governance. We're not talking about this because we've lost sight of the students and the good work you're doing. We pointed that out both times that we saw you all, but things like concussion protocols, fire drills, and safety, those kind of compliance things. And for the record, the reports that we're submitting in the Epicenter speak directly to the school's job to make sure the school environment is safe for students and that our interventions are in place for students. So I just wanted to say that out loud. And for anybody online too, is that these compliance things are not just check boxes or governance. It's really ensuring that the environment is safe and appropriate for the students that you're teaching. So it's not really a question as much of just
But
making
I would like to comment though. Yes, on the concussion protocols, we had a couple coaches who left, and we were definitely out of compliance there. On the other ones that you issued with or mentioned around the nutrition, the fire safety, in Epicenter, all of those were addressed as soon as we got notification. I believe it was within the time frame that was given to respond. We responded, and those issues were resolved, or things that were noted were actually corrected or fixed and noted at Epicenter. I believe that's
and I think the important part to note is that it wasn't that they weren't done. It was that they were not uploaded to Epicenter. So this is part of the communication issue that we're telling you that we're trying to fix, is that when those pieces are done, they should be sent right up to Epicenter and not held in one particular staff member or the other. That's the communication part we're trying to fix.
Ashley, how much time do you have for closing remarks?
It's up to you guys. I did send the financial history information to you via email, but it's also posted on eBoard if you need it. Dating back to 2016.
Thank you. Go ahead with your closing remarks, folks.
Well, you kind of got my closing remarks out of me with your earlier question. Going back to the students and what we've been able to do over the 28 years that we've been in existence, we truly, and the numbers prove it, we figured some things out in terms of underserved populations, African-American students, very low rate of discipline issues with our population. To us, that's special. That a lot of schools have not figured that out. So please, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, as a board, we have to keep our kids safe. We have to be in compliance with audits. We have to provide the visibility and the transparency. And as a board, we're committed to doing that going forward. But don't lose sight of the good work that we're doing and the hard to serve communities that we're reaching. So I respectfully hope that you guys will consider the 3-year renewal for our school.
Okay, thank you so much. Or did you have more that you want
I
to?
just want to say that to Mr. Vice Chair's point, we want to make sure that in this renewal, all things are considered, right? So we understand that there's an issue of how many 3 years we should get. And so I think that even in a renewal, a clear message is sent to the board, because let me just say, if anybody in the building is more culpable for the lack of responsiveness, it's me. And so I think the board has addressed that by moving this person out of the way and putting in the staff and the procedure to make sure that this works better. But I think our plan, if you talk about you want audits on a timely basis, if you talk about minutes and reports, those should be part of the conditions of renewal, because we want to demonstrate to the Charter Review Board as well that we can meet these standards easily.
Okay, thank you very much. This is our time to deliberate amongst ourselves. I'd like to start, however, before we do that deliberation, I'd like to make a motion that we go into closed session to consult with our attorney employed and retained by this public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege of the attorney and the public body.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any nays? Okay, we're going to go into closed session at 2:01. I get a second? Second by Hilda Parlay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any nays? Okay, we're back in regular session. For community schools of digital and visual arts, it's now the Charter School Review Board's time for deliberation amongst ourselves. Would anyone like to share comments, questions? Hearing none. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I think we're all in a similar boat that there's a lot here to be concerned about. And there's a lot of stuff that's just so common sense that it's low hanging fruit. Like, you know, Bruce, you mentioned not seeing motions on minutes. Like these are first page Google templates. Like, come on, like you got to have that in order. I think, and not having the budget approved, not like, and there's also just, there's a maturity of thought by the board regarding things of 30,000 feet and how they're responding to certain things. But then there's this this lack of understanding of some basic things that are concerning. And it's like, we'll hire a guy who will make us understand them. And it doesn't make sense. They don't know that the Office of Charter Schools offers these trainings. They don't know, like, these are basic things. I mean, if I were with you guys and I was talking to you on the side, I'd say you should have been talking to somebody to really help you kind of get up to date with this and just and be in the know and understand how a board should run. And that should have happened years and years ago. And all that being said, we look at some of the audits, or we look at the audit pieces, and again, nothing material. We're talking about concussions. We look at a lot of the financial issues, or frankly, the cash flow issues. From what I saw, and I could be wrong about that. I looked at it pretty quickly from the email that I got. And then we look at the data, the student data, and that does matter. And you look at the last 10 years and half of them are exceeded growth and the other half are met growth. They've been around 28 years, and if 28 years worth of information shows, again, some academic success, at least I didn't go back too far, but I'm at 2014, at least in the growth aspect. We look at some of the issues they're having and we don't see malfeasance. We see some really sloppy things that need to get better. I'm in the world of giving this organization, this school, a shot at redemption, a shot at getting their act together. I would be in favor of either shorter term or really detailed stipulations, because I don't think that that they've earned a 3-year in the same way other people have earned it. I do think I'd be there in the 3-year, but I go back and forth to say 3-year with stipulations would be the differentiating factor between the people who earned a 3-year cleanly and a group that is struggling to get some basic things together. So I'm not going to make a motion yet because I would have trouble coming up with those stipulations, and I would need the group, if the group decided, the board, if they decided that would be a worthwhile conversation to have. But that's where I would be. Right.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Yeah, I mean, I think that the board, I guess I would want to share that. I think it's all of us, I won't say we all agree, but this never really has been about the academic performance of the students. I can't give you the names of schools, but I'm sure we've renewed schools who had worse academic performance than this one. I'm quite positive that we have. But it's about the governance. and who owns that charter. And when that charter is given to you, the promise that you're making to the state of North Carolina to provide appropriate oversight of that charter. And I just don't think this has been done. I followed this, as many of you, I'm sure all of you have, since November to January, to the appeals committee, to the state board decision to bring it back to us. There was a comment, I think, I'm not sure, it doesn't really matter. I don't know if it was at the state board meeting or if it was during the appeals committee, that this is a really hard decision because this is one of the originals. This goes back to 1998. And I think there's a lot of merit in that statement. At the same time, on the other side of that coin is you should know better. You're one of the originals. You're from 1998. How can it just be so loosely managed in government oversight? So that's really what I'm struggling with. And we learned today the new twist of potentially moving the school as well, which will be, if renewed, we'll be seeing them again. I'm pretty sure, at least the office will be. So I would be inclined to make a motion for a 3-year renewal. I'm not making the motion. I'm saying I'm inclined to. There's a difference. So let's discuss that we have a 3-year renewal with very specific stipulations. 3 stipulations that come to my mind most immediately would be they would have to be back before us every year with a financial and academic update, not waiting until the 3rd year, but every year. That they will have their minutes of their board meetings submitted every month that they meet, to the Office of Charter Schools, who will then provide them to us. And that the annual audit will be done on time. On time is defined not by them, but by the date that all charter schools, which I think is currently December 31st, if I remember correctly. October 31st. Okay.
That's if there's no delay by the.
If there's no, yeah. So those are 3 stipulations that I would be comfortable adding to any renewal. That's not a motion. I just throw that out for consideration.
Couldn't the state board do that?
Could they? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we could state board and then they could do that.
Yes, but I think just that would be a factual statement. Yes. I don't know that we can count on the state board doing what we want them to do any more than they count on us doing what they want us to do. Right? I mean, so.
Bruce, for my contribution, I think that I would be willing to support such a motion, thinking that, the audits have been completed now, and there's no delinquencies, there's no deficit, there's no missing funds. I mean, there are a lot of things that didn't develop that could have. They were good audits. They were late. And so I ask myself, were there lapses so egregious that we want to be as punitive as to close them? Was there no redemption of those types of lapses, given the outcome now and the attention that they're giving it now? Yes, we all wish this had happened in November, December, and January. But for those reasons, I would concur with you, maybe even a 6-month report, but at the least an annual report if we give them a 3-year renewal. And if that motion were made, I think that I would want to support that.
I'm in support of both of you, however, with tighter stipulations, time-wise. Rather than reporting yearly, I'm inclined to say quarterly. For the audit, the minutes, and everything, all 3 that have been raised in front of us today.
The only thing with not doing something yearly is the thought of, if it's broken quarterly, shutting the school down in the middle of the school year. So I think the level of turning things into the Office of Charter Schools should hopefully put enough Right, and if it doesn't, I mean, that just gives us time to plan the closing of the school in 1 year. I mean, we all see it coming. So, I mean, I understand, I get putting tighter timelines on because I think the pressure needs to be there. And, speaking of a guy that lays awake at night, worrying about every detail of when I ran a school, things got to me and if I was missing something or if there was someone upset or there was something that needed to be resolved, I had a hard time going to sleep at night. Those are the people that are out there that are hopefully listening to this, how much we appreciate the attention to detail and staying on timelines and turning things on time on behalf of your school board and your students. So if a motion like this goes forward, I think it's important for everybody out there to understand this is not simplifying the fact how important it is to stay on time and meet deadlines and run the business of your school. The only reason I think in this situation that I would be inclined to support moving forward with a motion like that would be because of the students and the achievement that they've been making. But I just can't help but wonder, as I said during the questioning, how much better would student outcomes be if these things were in place and smooth? And I value the fact that a volunteer that's a board member is willing to stand up in front of the school community and in front of the state of North Carolina and say that they understand that they were at fault. I mean, that plays a big part for me. But that does not wash away the fact that this is unreasonable. It shouldn't be in the situation. We should not be having this conversation about this school.
John, I'm with you I think the only way I could make myself support this would be because of the kids. And I know, Rita, to your comment, we have high hopes that this time is going to be the time. But from what Ashley sent us, I mean, you're talking from 2016. Every year, I think, except for one, they've had a compliance issue. I don't know what's going to be the pixie dust that makes it work this time. The third 3-year renewal is what we're sitting looking at. I'm not sure that we, as this board, hold the magic wand to make this one stick, to make this one be important. But again, Dr. Eldred does go back to the kids, and it's not their fault that the school has been managed the way it's been managed.
Two things. One, just before I say my second comment, what are the trainings that are available to the board?
Well, a board can always ask for board training. We do board training. The office does. We also have started sending out these quarterly governance newsletters with training resources. And then we do have spots in RTO, but that's usually for a new school leader. Yeah. So it's not necessarily as, typically a board either comes to us because they would like training or they get an outside consultant to help.
Yeah. I'd love to include at least, mandated, even if it's just a one-time board training within this, if we're going to go that motion. I'm not on the quarterly with Hilda, but I do think with the process of a move coming, that perhaps we do want to hear sooner than later. We got results coming in a couple months. I know that wasn't one of the reasons they were on this, but it can be included if we were going to do something in the early part of the school year, or if we're going to do something in June and July or whatever. But the bottom line is they're talking about moving. They're talking about increasing their cash flow by a lot because of the revenue from the building. They've got to come to us to move anyway.
Possibly. It depends on the distance.
Depends on the distance.
Yeah. They still have to go to office charter schools regardless.
It feels like it feels like if one of the things to include here is they come back with an updated presentation. Updated organizational chart, because that chart doesn't work for a number of reasons. Please contact me offline if you want. There's a number of flaws in that organizational chart, but come back with a whole new presentation in June, where they're at building wise, this, that, funds, everything, I don't know if it's June, but I'm just throwing it out there. If we can settle on that, I am prepared then to make the motion. I'll include the training. I'll include the first presentation and then annual thereafter.
Eric, can I add something to your training? Something that I feel like might be vital for the school since it's been around for so long and it seems like governance is an issue. I wonder how in tune they are with their board policies. And so I wonder if a part of that it would be to review all policies in place and make any update changes as needed. I mean, because it's clear that board policy probably isn't on the forefront. I mean, so because there's how to run a board meeting. There's open minute laws and stuff like that. But then there's the severity of are your student handbooks and staff handbooks in alignment with your board policy?
Maybe that's included in the first presentation on the way back, that they have done that review, and in that first presentation on the way back, they've told us the updates and changes they've made.
Was it ever established that they have a board legal counsel? I don't think I heard anything about a board counsel.
I don't know if they do or not. I mean, that's the best. It would be a good practice that they do.
I seem to think to remember that maybe that question was asked by the state board and that they did.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks.
So just to clarify,
board attorney. Okay. At least it's still included.
He's not on the board.
No, she's not on the board. So what I'm hearing is the following stipulations in no particular order. Annual audits will be provided on time. Your annual. Monthly board meeting minutes will be provided to the Office of Charter Schools at the conclusion of every meeting. At a minimum, or at the request of the Charter Schools Review Board, there will be an annual financial and academic report to the CSRB. I'm using that language to make it clear we can call them in at any time we want. There will be at a minimum, an annual financial and academic report to the Charter Schools Review Board.
What about the time limit for minutes?
I would just say
Soon after they are approved.
Yeah, I mean, typically, I don't know, schools do it different. You typically have your board meeting. So you have your board meeting in April. You're usually approving those minutes in May. So the April minutes ought to be in the office's hands
The next month.
at least by the next month. Yeah.
What about a presentation sooner than later? Do we want that or do we not?
I think saying that they're going to provide an annual financial and academic report, an annual financial or academic report to the CSRB, or at any time the CSRB requests.
With Eric, I think the biggest, the monkey wrench that got thrown in today was a move. So I don't know that we can wait till, we're gonna have to find out where their heads are with that, because that changes a lot. The communication to parents, all that kind of stuff. So I don't even know if June seems almost too late, because it's like you've got 1 month before the school year opens up, unless you come up with some agreement with the current who if you own the building, I guess they own the building, they could make maybe December move, but that wouldn't probably be the board chair said, not the best case scenario, but that does kind of change things on the communication side. Is what's up with that? What's with that move? Does that really need to happen this year?
I think the other stipulation I would add is around board training. I think this board needs to go through, all board members need to go through at least 2 trainings a year offered by the Office of Charter Schools.
That's available. So all their board members will go through 2 trainings a year offered by us.
Yeah.
I would say by OCS or council, because Lisa does board trainings as well. They might want some legal ones.
It would be wonderful if they came to that first meeting where they're doing a presentation and say, here's the dates we scheduled our board training, to show some initiative.
Yeah, the last, we actually have, as you recall, we have 3 or 4 schools right now in a 3-year renewal with stipulations that the state board put on them before we became the CSRB. And I think for every one of those schools, board 100% participation by board members in trainings was one of those stipulations. Yeah.
So just for my own understanding, stipulations are another checkpoint of compliance, which has not been a track record of success for this board. So what happens if we put these stipulations on for whatever renewal term and they come back and report and they've not met them in any one of them? Or is there a category like if you meet more than half or?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think it's important for this board to understand too, that if granted this renewal with these stipulations, this board can convene at any time and still vote to close the school. So it would be in their best interest not to come back when they do the next report to us and tell us, hey, sorry, again, our audit was late, or the board only met 3 times in the last 8 months. You know, these are just because we could decide to not honor the 3-year renewal.
And just because I don't know, is there any way for the State Board of Ed to co-sign these stipulations? Like, could we run that to the state board for them to agree to it, to say, yes, we have heard this case, we agree to that, and we support it?
No, there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. I mean, it's a decision of the review board. I mean, unless somebody decided they wanted to appeal it. I mean, the school would always have the right to appeal any decision on a renewal to the state board.
I see you're typing, Eric. Did you get all 4 of those? Do you want to read them and then that way we can make sure?
Bruce, just responsiveness to the Office of Charter Schools. I think that was one issue
Yes, I agree.
that we need to know if they're not responding to the Office of Charter Schools before.
So is something like that a stipulation? But see, it's like,
I don't know. That's what I don't know.
I almost hesitate to put this as a stipulation because doggone it, these are things you're supposed to be doing anyways.
I know.
Right? You know.
Yeah, it's very subjective too, but I feel like if we're not getting, if it's non-responsiveness, we would alert the board and you guys could bring them.
And one of the responsive things is turn the minutes in each month. So fail to turn in the minutes each month, then that's.
Now back to the minutes. Is that also saying they should also be on the website or just send them to?
Well, they have to be publicly available by state statute. So
Should we spell that out?
I think
They are on the website. Are good.
I mean,
they're not good and they're missing. There's many years missing. Yeah. Yeah. But I think I'm going to go on a limb and say I think they're listening in the background here that we will not have issues with seeing their board meeting minutes on their website in the future.
Here's what I have. 3-year renewal with the following stipulations. At the request and a minimum of once a year, present a governance, financial, and academic report to the CRSB. Sure. Did I do that right? All right. Provide monthly board minutes to the Office of Charter Schools. Submit the annual audit on time. all board members will go through 2 trainings a year from OCS or their council, right?
Yeah.
Or council.
Oh,
All right.
Eric, can you go back to the minutes one? So can we say, because I can turn, basically that means I can turn my minutes in at the end of the year. So I would say maybe after the vote at the, like your example, at the May meeting, I'm voting on the April minutes, they should be submitted right after the vote. Or after that the day of that board meeting or something. I think we just need to make sure that we spell out the timelines on that so that it's not like, well, we turned them in, but it was 2 months later.
It says month. It could be down that very night. It could. Or a day, wouldn't it?
I'd give them a day or two. Yeah,
It
I
says
would.
monthly. I mean, if you don't get it that month, you don't.
Yeah, you did say month.
All board members will go through 2 trainings a year from OCS or another provider and provide documentation in their annual report to the CRSB. They'll provide monthly updates to OCS regarding their potential move starting on May 1st,
2025.
2025. Am I missing anything, or do you want to fix that? I mean, I could use Chat GPT and get the language better.
I think I'm.
You did good.
Yeah. Do you want to actually read that? You want to read that as an official motion then? Like,
Yeah.
Not that you have to do it, but.
No, yeah.
I move.
I want to get the name of the school here. CS, what is Carter? What's the, I see CSDV.
Community.
I move that the community school digital and visual arts receive a 3-year renewal with the following stipulations. First, at the request and a minimum of once a year, present a governance, financial, and academic report to the CRSB. Provide CS. I knew I was messing it up. I said that. Nobody corrected it. It didn't roll off my tongue. CRSB. To the Charter Review Board. That's late, man. To provide monthly board minutes to OCS. 3, submit the annual audit on time. 4, all board members will go through a minimum of 2 trainings a year from either OCS or another provider and provide documentation in their annual report to the Charter Review Board. And lastly, 5th, the school will provide monthly updates to OCS regarding their potential move starting on May 1st, 2025.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I just go back. This isn't really more of a comment. Again, I appreciate the applicant being here today, the board members being here, taking ownership for past transgressions and oversights. I don't know that oversight is sometimes the right word though either. I think it was negligence. Their presentation started with the question, why are we here? And maybe it was just me, but the emphasis of what was here. Well, we're here because we didn't approve a renewal, and they were successful through the appeal process. And that process worked itself out the way it's supposed to. So I think that's a good thing. But the emphasis shouldn't be, why are we here? It should be the why. And the reason we're here is the why. Why wasn't all of this done? Why are the things that we heard today? Why did it take this process for the attentions to be grabbed? I hope we don't have to do this again, not just with this school, but with any school. I'm going to approve. I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote for approve that motion, but I felt I needed to say that.
We spent so much time on it. If you didn't, I would have been. You know, I've supported the school twice, and the first time and the appeal. I wouldn't take it for granted a third time. There's just basic things you got to do to earn the trust of the people around you. And if this isn't the biggest scare of your life, it should be, because just like John said, like you shouldn't go to bed without like all those stipulations. You guys should go meet for hours and get it all in, get every piece of calendar invites and everything in the world that would make you, you know, when you set 5 alarms because you don't want to miss an alarm, like that type of world. Don't come back here with basics not being done. Because again, it's hard to say you've met growth, you're exceeding growth, and for me to then jump on the side of like not approve of closing a school down. But if you don't get it, you don't get it. And if you come back here, you just don't get it. So I'm just going to be really, really clear with that.
I was here for the renewal vote that the state board gave, and I have to admit I walked out very perplexed. In fact, I wasn't agitated, but I was like, I don't understand this, because there's a bunch of schools out there that are doing this right every day. And when we follow the process that we worked on together and bring something like this forward, I would not have expected that it would have had to been rehashed again. You know, and again, me saying that, I'm hoping that we don't have to go through this process again, but at the same time, it wouldn't have given me the opportunity to think about where this put the kids in this situation. And the adults that are running these schools, the people that are taking on the responsibility, and I do understand it's a volunteer thing, need to understand that the decisions that they make or don't make impact the lives of kids every day, whether you think they're big, small, or indifferent. And again, I have to reiterate, for those of the schools that are out there that are doing the things they're supposed to do every day and doing it well, how much we appreciate that. For those that are not, and you know it, please clean it up before you have to come up here and we have to have these discussions again. There's a lot of good schools in this state that will help you do that. If you don't know what to do, don't sit there and say, I don't know how to do this. There are plenty of schools. Anybody on this board would reach out and help you out. So if you're in this situation, you're about to come up for renewal, or if your renewal is coming soon and there are things you need to adjust, please do it now.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. Ashley, why don't we do a roll call vote? The motion is to grant Community School of Visual and Digital Arts a 3-year renewal with the stated stipulations.
Right. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby. He got cut off, so. Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis. Okay. It is approved. So CSDVA, our renewals team will be in contact with you with the motion that will be written out for you. So you are very clear on those stipulations, and then she will get in touch with you about getting a new charter agreement and notarized and everything you need to do for that.
Thank you. All right, well, directors updates and adjourn right on time, 1:30.
Yes. My only update is I will see you May 5th. That's our next meeting. No other updates. Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, guys, thank you so much.